what we're all looking for and what we call happiness, I think is much better stated as wanting freedom. Freedom from everything, and more so, freedom in everything. It's not freedom from the world. It's freedom in the world. Freedom to do or not to do on anything and everything. But this freedom we're looking for is so much other than what we think it is that very few of us really go all out for it. This freedom, which is total, that we're looking for, is not in a confined state of being a physical body. It is the state of pure and only being. It's the I-ness of us, the isness of us, the amness of us, but it is not I am something, I am a body, but just the amness. And that alone, when we see that, then we see and know that we are infinite beings, and that we superimposed upon this unlimited being that we are mental concepts, which we call thoughts, that I am this body, and my name is such and such, and the name and form is everywhere, and that is the real. We concocted this whole universe and have forgotten that we have done it, and we say it is real, and it is separate from me, and all it really is a picture in our mind. The only place where you see this world is in your mind. Put your mind to sleep and there's no more world. Don't wake up from this sleep and there's never a world again. But you are. So on this infinite being, or infinite beingness that we are, we superimposed a thing called mind, which is nothing but the total collection of our thoughts. And every thought is a limitation. Examine it, see it for yourself. Every thought must be limited. And so by now we have millions, if not billions, of thoughts of limitation that we accept as being real. So what we have to do is undo the thoughts, undo the mind, go into that realm just behind the mind, which is beingness, which is infinite. Everyone, all life is seeking to return to that state of just pure beingness. And that is a state in which we have this ultimate state of deep, very profound peace. It's a delicious, imperturbable peace, which is nicer than anything else ever. All right, so how do we get to this state, this ultimate state of freedom? The most practical method that I can see that you people, everyone here, could use, that is very effective and that will get you freedom this lifetime and could do it in a matter of months, is not ridding yourself of thoughts, of which there are billions, but of ridding yourself of the things that the thoughts culminate in. These millions and billions of thoughts from the past culminate in tendencies, little tendencies, of which there's probably hundreds of them. And if you drop one tendency, you're dropping millions of thoughts. Your tendencies you can see, they're always there. Tendency to get angry, tendency to react, tendency to want this, tendency, they're sitting on top all the time. You can see them. And the thing you need to do is to drop it as you see it. Now the dropping is easy when you do it. It takes less than 1 second to drop a tendency with millions of thoughts underneath it. And most of you here have done it. And you know when you do it, it's easy. And if you don't do it, it's impossible. You struggle with it, year in and year out. If you drop it, it takes less than a second. So what's required is to develop this method of dropping these little tendencies that come up when they come up, not in the future. Not to go home with it and work on it, but to drop it when it comes up. If you'll do this, you'll be doing it all the time. It'll take you months, and you'll be totally free. It's got to be done wherever you are, whether you're working or not working. Every time you meet people, these tendencies come up. You can react to them and get into that emotional play up and back, or you can look at it and drop it. You get into that emotional reactive play with people and you get deeper and deeper into it. You drop it as it comes up and you're free of it. But the important thing is every day, no matter what we're in, we have this opportunity to drop these tendencies. Drop one tendency and you're dropping millions of thoughts from the past. This is something everyone here can do. All right, now I'll give you a faster way. If you don't want to take months, you want to do it in weeks. These tendencies all culminate into what we call emotions. There's only about 8 basic emotions. When your emotions come up, if you'll will them out, drop them, with determination, say, I am through with this. It's dumped. Under each emotion are these hundreds of tendencies. So if you drop the emotions, you drop the tendencies and all the millions and billions of thoughts underneath them. I was born July 19th, 1909, in Elizabeth, New Jersey, into a middle-class family as a very shy person. And I was graduated from Rutgers College in 1931 as a physicist, wanting to make money, wanting to make it in the world. And all these projects were rather short-lived because whenever I got to a point of success, I lost interest, and because I lost interest, my project would drop away from me. At that time, I did not know what I know now, that what I was seeking was actually the answers to life itself, and that nothing I had worked at would give me that answer. And as the years went by, I became heavy with depression, with sickness, and 1952, I had had 2 coronary thromboses. And after the second one, I was told I wouldn't live much longer, that I might die any day, that I shouldn't even take the effort to go up a step unless I absolutely had to. Also, during that period, I was getting heavier psychologically and sicker physiologically, and so I was seeking aid. And I had had 4 years of psychoanalysis, 4 times a week, under an associate of Freud, and this was the early 40s. And after 4 years of psychoanalysis, I was discharged with, quote, "Some people cannot be helped," unquote. However, I never said die. And after the second heart attack, after 3 days of cogitating with intense fear astir, I was extremely fearful of dying. But I realized, I said to myself, "You're still breathing, Lester, there's still a chance." So I sat me down and began thinking on an around-the-clock basis. But then, after the second heart attack and when I was told I wouldn't live, I said to myself, "Lester, you are stupid, stupid, stupid." Having lived 43 or so years and having reached the end of the line without happiness, without health. Therefore, all this knowledge that you have accumulated is of no avail. I had studied Watson's behaviorism in the 30s, Freud in the later 30s and early 40s. I had studied the philosophies. I had studied logic. I studied economics. I studied all the major fields of man. And with all that knowledge, there I was at the end of the line, making me realize that the accumulated knowledge of man was of no use. And so then I decided, start from scratch. Forget all that knowledge. Begin from point zero and see what you can pick up. So I posed the questions: what am I? What is this world? What is my relationship to it? What is mind? What is intelligence? What is happiness? And I began by asking myself, what do I want out of life? And the answer was happiness. And I said, what is that? Oh, that's getting everyone's approval. And that was a shock to me, because I realized I was getting large amounts of approval from my family, from my friends, from most people that I knew. And here I was miserable. Investigating further, I went into the moments when I was feeling happiest. And I discovered something which to me was startling at the time, that it was when I was loving that I was happiest. That happiness equated to my capacity to love rather than to being loved. That was the starting point. I began correcting all my thoughts and feelings in that direction, from that of wanting to be loved to that of loving. And in that process, I discovered another major thing that kind of shocked me. I saw that I wanted to change this entire world, and that was the cause of my ulcers, or one of the major causes of it. On realizing
how much I wanted to change things in this world, and that made me a slave of this world, I made the decision to reverse that. And then I began letting go of all my want and need to control this world. And in the process of following out these two directions, of actually unloading all these subconscious concepts and pressures in those directions, I discovered I was getting happier, freer, lighter, and feeling better in general. On seeing that this direction was good, I made the decision that if a slice of the pie tastes good, I want the whole pie. And I decided not to let go until I got that whole entire pie of happiness, and with it the answer to what am I, what is this life, what is my relationship to it. This decision allowed me to, as I claim, get the answer to life itself in a matter of 3 months' time. And I actually believe if I did it, anyone could do it, if they had that much want to. And in that 3-month period of time, all the ailments I had in my physical body corrected. All my miseries dropped away. And I ended up in a place in which I was happy all the time with no sorrow. Not that the world stopped pushing against me. It continued. But I was in a place where I could resolve things almost immediately. Having cleared out all the negative fears, all the negative I cannots, I would focus right in on the answer to every problem and get it very quickly. And so my whole life turned around from being one of formerly being depressed and sick to one of being happy all the time and in perfect health all the time. One of the things that happened in this process was identification with others. I saw that we are all related. We are all interconnected. Our minds are interconnected. Each mind is like a radio broadcasting and receiving station, that we are all tuned into each other unconsciously. We're just not aware of it. And that if a lot of the suppressed energies are allowed out, this becomes obvious to us. And once we identify with everyone else, it's just natural that we want everyone else to discover what we have discovered. That life was meant to be beautiful, meant to be happy all the time with no sorrow, meant to be with perfect health. And so, from that reaching that high point of understanding in 1952, from that time on, I have wanted to help others discover what I discovered. In the early years, I worked with people, person to person. Help for each one was dramatic and very effective. However, they would develop a dependency upon me, which would cause them to expect me to do it for them. And this was unconscious in them. And the reason for that is, from the day of birth until we are teenagers, everyone does have someone taking care of everything for them, their parents. And it's so deeply ingrained in us today, we still expect and want someone to do it for us. However, no one can do it for us. We must do it by ourselves. The only thing someone else can do for us is to show us the way, show us the method, show us how to get moving in a right direction. So for the first 20 years or so, after giving this freely to anyone who would listen to me, I realized that the amount of accomplishment was rather minimal, working one-on-one. And it came to me that to get this out to the majority, it would be necessary to set it up in a methodology that could be given out by others to others. And so I evolved the present system, a very specific method of undoing all the suppressed emotions, all the negative feelings, of undoing the inhibitions and compulsions, which are the things that are driving the world today in wrong directions. We have accumulated so much of suppressed energy that it is coming out in devious directions, upsetting our purpose in life, our goals, to the point where instead of making life a beautiful harmony here on earth, we are using the best of our energies in a direction of destroying this earth. We are today poisoning the air, poisoning the water, poisoning the food, and poisoning our minds through radio, TV, and movies. And we have gotten to the place where we cannot see how we are driving ourselves downward, and we are continuing in it. And the only way out of this thing is to first recognize that all this accumulated suppression is the cause of this downward direction, and that this accumulated suppression must be released in order to get the world in the right direction, in order to get each of us as individuals in the right direction, in order to get us happy, healthy, and prosperous. This method that we have will do just that. However, it being experiential, it must be taught to each one how to release these suppressed energies so that these negative, unwanted feelings are dumped until we are rid of them. And we discover that when these negative energies are out, the efficiency of our minds are at their highest. Thinking is clear. We have a clarity that we never had before. We can see our purpose and direction in life and carry through. We discover that mind is only creative, that what we hold in mind is what materializes for us sooner or later, and that it's only because we're holding these unconscious, suppressed, negative thoughts that negative things keep happening to us.
Last session brings to mind a word called liberation, with a capital L. Liberation being another substitute for the word happiness with a capital H. And because of what happened, it allowed certain things to come out that were good. Liberation is happy. Liberation is freedom, which is freedom of choice on anything and everything. Freedom to do or freedom not to do anything you choose. When the group first started, you didn't have this freedom in the group. This was the only thing that I remarked about in the beginning because it was a hindrance in what we were trying to accomplish here. Now, anything I give freely, and that means on both sides. I give it from my heart. At the same time, you don't have to accept it. If you accept it, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. We never try to force anything, and anything done by force is wrong. Never accept anything because I say so. This is just the opposite of freedom. If you accept it because I say so, you're accepting hearsay. If you accept it for checking, that's good. Check everything I say. Check it out. Not until you see it should you accept it. Freedom is choice to do or not to do on anything you want. And that is to accept or not to accept what I'm saying. And you should never accept it until you see it yourself. Before we can see the absolute reality, the changeless reality, we have to see the reality in the world. Why? Why do we have to see something we have to dump? Because when we don't see the reality in the world, it's because of aversions to the world. Attachments and aversions blind us to what's out there. That's why everyone looks at something and sees something different. If we all had no attachments and no aversions, whatever we would see alike. Every attachment, every aversion blinds us a bit. So to get to the reality with a capital R, we have to see what's in the world first. Got to see it just the way it is. When there's an accident, it happened only one way, even though 6 people saw it happen maybe 6 different ways. We should be able to see the accident just the way it happened. Then we see the reality in the world. After that, we let go of the reality of the world by seeing the real reality. The world becomes a dream.
You see the accident just as it was.
Just the way it happened. You're aware that people see accidents very differently, right? They can't all be right. But yet there was one way in which that accident happened. But it is very good to see what's going on in front of your eyes exactly the way it's going on. When you talk to groups, sometimes you'll make a statement. Minutes after, someone says, well, he said just the opposite of what you said. The reason why that happens is that person has preconceived ideas. The concepts are all set, and they only hear what they want to hear. They hear just the opposite of the way you're saying it. Well, that's a block on the road to freedom. We should have no fixed concepts, except one, that we want the absolute truth. Outside of that, we should have no fixed concepts. It's very good therapy. It is excellent practice to try to help others. Someday everyone does that. You live not for your little self, but for your big self out there. You identify with all people, and your life becomes one of giving to others, wanting others to be what they are, infinite beings, infinitely happy. Now, you couldn't feel angry, but you could act angry. Sometimes it's necessary, in order to communicate with angry people, to be a bit angrier than they are. This won't involve you now, but sometimes I do that. If someone is very angry about something and I want to communicate with them, I have to get a bit angrier than they are, and then they hear me. Otherwise, they don't hear a thing I'm saying. This is obvious in everyday life. When someone's angry and you're composed and calm, you'll talk. They don't hear a thing you're saying. Get into the mood that they're in, and they'll hear you. That's just an act when you're angry. It's not, you don't really feel it, you're acting it. So it's your attitude that you maintain, this high love. It's the ego expressing. When you feel this pure love, it's the God you expressing. So when you have any emotion, you're covering up the God you. I think it was in the Verities I took off on what emotion is, like it's never been took off on before. That there is no emotion but the feeling of lack of love. That's all it is. That the more we feel it's a feeling of lack of love and wanting to reestablish the feeling of love. And to the degree that we feel that lack of love, we call it fear, hate, envy, jealousy. It's different degrees of the feeling of lack of love and the wanting to reestablish it that we call emotion. Love itself is not an emotion. It's the quietest of all things. I went that tortuous road of psychology way back in the days of Watson's behaviorism. Don't say yes to that. Oh, that was back in the early 30s. That was popular. And I stayed with psychology right through the years. Ended up with Freud, very intense with Freud. I studied everything that he wrote that was translated into English. I really studied. And the whole thing behind Freud is purging yourself of the inhibitions and the compulsions. He calls it catharsis, cathexis. The psychoanalyst tries to get you back to the times you set in these compulsions and inhibitions, have you relive it and free yourself of it. And I discovered what the Freudian way took a year to do. And I discovered by metaphysics there was so much of this inhibition and compulsion, not only from this lifetime, but from many, many lifetimes before, that it was a forever process. That rather than that, when we get to see who we are, we just dump this ego with all its inhibitions and compulsions in one lump sum. We let go of the whole thing. And that it's really the only way, because while you're trying to get rid of these compulsions and inhibitions, You're acknowledging the ego and you're validating it, and you're sort of bogging yourself down because of that. So the fastest and really only way is to recognize who you are. And when you do, that scorches the ego. And you scorch it enough to burn it to pieces. Then it's finished. A realized being sometimes will, when he's in a body, will walk around in a sick body as a constant reminder that he is not the body. See, now, the sick body doesn't perturb him one bit. He'll be just as cheerful and loving as when his body is perfect. But this is nothing to worry about now. First, learn how to perfect the body. The reason why I mention it is because occasionally you'll meet a master who walks around with a defective body. I thought it'd be good to know why. Now, everything in the world is mental. Whatever you think is. You're always right because you think so. If you think a draft gives you a cold, you're right, it does, because you think so. If you think walking into a house where there's a virus, that you'll get it, you're right, because you think so. If you walk into a house where there's a virus and you think you won't get it, you're right, you won't. It's the thinking that determines. We all love to the degree that we are realized. But we try to increase it more and more to become realized. We can always lift it just a bit. Keep moving up in some days. You see, love is something that cannot be applied to one person, one thing, one plant, one animal. But actually love is a general thing. If it's for one person and not for the other, the reason why we love that one person is because we think we need that one person, that one person has something we want. Love is the most powerful force in the universe. Love will create universes. The greater the understanding, the greater the love we have. Love and understanding are the same thing. You understand one, you love that one. If you love that one, you understand that one. The greatest thing you can do is just be.
Thank you. Greetings and love to each and every one of you. I think the biggest surprise tonight was to me. I didn't know I was going to talk until about 10 minutes before 8 this evening, when I was told I was going to be the surprise. So I began thinking, what am I going to talk about? Talk about you or talk about me? And I realized, what's the difference? We are all in the very same boat called life. We're all doing, in my eyes, the exact same thing that I did. We are all looking for the summum bonum, the highest good, the ultimate place, the greatest happiness. And we're about it all the time, struggling for it, looking for it, wondering, where is it? Well, back in 1952, I claim I found the place. It's right where I am. It's right where you are. And all this looking for it everywhere, every day, year in and year out, is such a waste of time. Why? It's right where you are. We're all here in this classroom called Earth, trying to discover something, the ultimate. And we're all looking for it externally, where it isn't. If we will only turn our direction back upon ourselves, we will discover it's right here where I am, where you are, right in your very own beingness. I say, are you? You say, yes. I say, that's it. Do nothing else but that, and you'll be in the ultimate good and the ultimate state of happiness. But why don't you do it? You're so habituated into looking for it over there, over here, in him, in her, in this job, and it never is there. So we're all going through the same trip of trying to discover what is this all about? Where is my happiness? And when we stop chasing after it out there and we turn inward, we discover that all these hard, negative, terrible feelings are only a feeling. And that it is possible to get rid of these feelings by releasing them. And all these feelings are subconscious programs, every bit of them put in as pro-survival. It's not only fear that they say is fight or flight, that is survival. All our feelings have been programmed in to automatically keep us surviving. They keep us all the time looking out there, trying to survive. Keep our mind active subconsciously 24 hours a day, so never for even one moment do we stop thinking and discover what we are. If you could just stop your thinking for one moment, you will go through the most tremendous experience there is. That you are the totality of this universe in your beingness. That when your mind goes quiet, you automatically see, I am the most terrific being there is in this universe. I am whole, complete, perfect. I always was, I am now, and I always will be. So what is it that keeps us from being in that most delectable state there is? Simply the accumulated programs called feelings. All these negative feelings have us constantly struggling to survive, have us constantly looking away from this tremendous thing that we are. And all we need to do is to quiet that mind, and we become self-obvious to ourselves of this tremendous loving being that we are. How do we do it? I say it's simple. The method. It happens to be the fastest, the most effective way there is to achieve this high state of being, where we are in total control of our universe, where every moment is a wonderful, wonderful moment, where it is impossible to be unhappy. And I say that's our natural state when these negative feelings are released. Someday, You're going to do it. You're in the same boat. You're struggling. You're doing everything to achieve that happiness. But someday you'll get it because you will never stop until you get there. But if you want to do it faster, try our way. I promise you'll be very pleasantly surprised. Everything you're looking for is right where you are. All you need to do is to take off the blinders. Your vision is very blurred. You're looking through all these subconscious programs. When you release them, your vision becomes clear. You discover you are the greatest. You're whole, complete. You're eternal. All your fear of dying disappears. And life is so comfortable after that. And there's no struggle whatsoever when you get these negative feelings up and out. So I urge you to take this method. It's a tool. In 1 week's time, there'll be a big change in you for the better. And from there on, you will continue to get better and better and better, lighter and lighter, happier and happier. And this thing called love is your basic nature. All the love there is in the universe is right in your basic nature. And you'll discover that happiness, your happiness equates to your capacity to love. And conversely, all your misery equates to your need to be loved. Just love, love, love. And you'll be so happy and healthy and prosperous. But again, you need to lift out these non-love feelings. So again, I urge you to try our way. I promise you, you'll be very satisfied. Try it, you'll like it. Thank you so much for coming.
Like the screen in a cinema show. It's changeless. It's white. It's pure. It's actionless. It's effortless. It's imperturbable. But projected on that screen can be people, fights, wars, floods, fires, riots. Now, what does that do to the screen? Nothing. And it's exactly that way for us. However, if you're watching a movie and you think you are the character, that character's suffering, you're crying. Likewise, you identify with this body and all the programs you set up for it. If you don't identify with the body, if you don't identify with the screen, with the projected pictures on the screen, you discover you are the imperturbable, desireless, effortless, actionless being, just witnessing. When these things set in, you hold the sense that I have never moved. And from that point, you witness the world go by. The same way you witness a moving picture. You see the entire world that way. To help you get there, I set out helpful directions in several groups that seem to group together. If you will constantly keep identifying with your beingness, you will stay in such a beautifully high state. It will help you establish it for all time. Try to keep identifying with I am. Another thing is to hold the thought I, nothing else. Because when you say I, just alone, without anything with it, it's your beingness. And when you're free, that's the sense of consciousness you have, just I all the time. As Vivekananda said, when he reached the end of the line, he discovered there never was anything but I all alone. There's nothing but I-ness. And the I-ness projected all the supposed otherness, but since it was a projection of the I, it is the I. Number 3, be not the doer. If you are identifying with your beingness, you don't see yourself as a doer. I can remember when I first started talking to people, they would say, "You're a teacher." And I'd say, "No, I'm not." They'd say, "Yes, you are." And I'd say, "No, I'm not." I could not see myself teaching, talking to anyone other than me to me. If I'm talking to me, I'm not being a teacher. So try to get the sense of be not the doer. Be the beer. That's not B-E-E-R. That's B-E apostrophe. Okay, now number 4 is a very important one. It's going to save you so much effort. There's only one single happiness, and that is when you are being your beingness, by quieting your mind in satisfying desires. It's the only happiness there is, when you're being your beingness, and you wrongly attribute it to the thing and person. So if you'll make it a habit of noticing that all the feelings of happiness you experience are when you're quiet and just being. If you will do that, you will stop chasing lifetime in and lifetime out for happiness out there where it is not. It's so important when you discover that all your happiness is when you're identifying with your beingness, because it takes the majority of effort out of your life. And when you do those things, you will identify with everyone as being you. You will identify with every atom in this universe as being you. And the real knowing is being. There is nothing to know except one thing, which is to be. Which, knowing that, you know everything. Real knowing means being. That's what everyone in his or her every act is seeking. That is the knowledge with a capital K. But that knowledge is not knowing something, it's knowing to only be. Coming down just a bit, see nothing out there but your sum total thinkingness, because that is exactly what it is. All your thinkingness, most of which is below the level of consciousness, is what you're seeing out there. It's your picture projected from your mind. And you're only seeing it in your mind. It's only your mind that says it's out there. And the proof of that is when you go to sleep. Where does the world go? It's gone. So where is it? It's in your mind. You wake up the mind, there's the world again. Put the mind to sleep, that whole world is gone. Even if you've lost a close relative, a close one, you go to sleep, that death is gone. So where is dying but in the mind? There's nothing out there but your sum total thinkingness, most of which is subconscious. When you realize that, if you don't like it out there, you change the picture in here, and the picture out there changes instantly. And as I told you, each one has his or her own picture. We all think we're seeing the same thing, but we're only seeing our own pictures. And it's brought out so succinctly in an accident which is not related to us. 5 of us look at it, we hand in 5 reports as to what happened. Can you see how distorted we get on things that concern us? We can't even see what's external, actual out there that doesn't concern us. So how accurate are we in seeing the other one's picture or what's going on? We only see our sum total thinkingness out there. If you don't like the picture out there, change yourself. What is actually out there is your beingness. The reality of the world is not world as the illusion we see it. The reality of the world is the beingness behind it. And that beingness behind the world is your beingness when you identify with your beingness. So there is, in actuality, nothing out there but your beingness. And when you see that, you see number 3 here, no objectivity, only subjectivity. Instead of seeing yourself in the body and your body in the world, the body is in you, the world is in you, and the universe is in you. Just like in a night dream, when you're sleeping. You could bring a whole trip to Mars into your bedroom there. And as far as you're concerned, you're flying to Mars. So where was that trip to Mars? But within you, in your bedroom, in your dream. It's exactly the same way in the so-called waking state. This waking state is a sleep state. Until you wake up from it, you're not aware of that fact. But as you keep releasing, someday you're going to see this state, the waking state, is as real as a night dream state is real after you wake up from it. You wake up from this dream called the waking state, then you see that this whole thing was just a dream that never really was. Aha. All that effort for nothing except misery. So your world becomes subjective. It's in you. It's not external to you. It's your creation. So, work to totally quiet the mind until there are no thoughts. The mechanism called mind changes from being a very turbulent ocean where you see waves all the time, that's the way it is now, to all the waves disappearing, all the tiny ripples disappear. Then it's a waveless ocean with no boundaries. And your mind becomes that way. Totally quiet. Not even a ripple. And when that happens, you become intuitive. From your eye, everything comes out of it anyway. The I of you, your beingness, is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And when you quiet the mind, you naturally identify with your beingness and are intuitive only. To bring it down to practicality, when you're intuitive, you can talk to anyone on his or her subject and help them learn more, even though you have never studied it. Even details and facts. You're coming from omniscience. There was a time I did this when the first years after I got free. And it's like, see, you don't move. You watch your body like you're watching other bodies. You watch your body talk, you listen to your body talk, and you say, gee, that's interesting. See, that's the personality side of you watching the free side, the intuitive side. All study becomes useless when you're in touch with omniscience. So all these teachings of spirituality in this direction, in that direction, another direction, over the thousands of years hasn't helped much. All that teaching has activated the mind. The only answer can be gotten by quieting the mind so that you will naturally identify with your beingness. And 3, do not identify with your body and mind. Take it as a character out there. Give it its just due. Do not overdo on it. And again, you've heard me say, does this chemical have more power than I have over this body? This is the pill generation we're into now. Everything can be cured by pills. How does a pill get more intelligence than we? It's ridiculous. If it helps us, it's our intelligence saying this pill is going to do something. It's not the pill doing it, it's our saying that the pill will do it. Give the body its just due. Don't overdo with it. So that your attention can go more toward beingness. Overpaying attention to the body keeps you bogged down into being that extreme, limited carcass, which is an absolute no-win in the first place. It goes. From the moment you get it born, it starts dying, and finally succeeds in dying. So why put all that attention to it? We ought to have carcasses around so people can play with them. It might wake you up, because that body's going to be a carcass. And as I used to say, you ride around in a car. Is that you? No, that's a car case. A carcass. This is a car case. like an automobile. You're not the automobile because you move around in it. You're not this body because you move around in it. So a car case and a carcass are very similar. So give the body its just due and spend your time identifying with yourself. Spend your time releasing the blocks to identifying with yourself until you end up with no attachments and no aversions. You should have things. You should have things for use with no attachment and no aversion. And when you have no attachments and no aversions, you will have everything for a mere effortless thought of it. So if you have any concepts of giving up on the path, there's one single thing you give up. That's your miseries, your limitations. But on the path, you take on more and more and more until you have the universe. Don't allow your mind to sabotage you by saying you're going to lose everything if you go free. Don't allow your mind to sabotage you by saying, I will die if I go free. And these feelings are strong within you right now. I will die if I go free. If you didn't have that, you'd be free. You know the way. Allow all that suppressed energy up and out. If you didn't sit on it, it'd all go out and you'd be free in minutes. Don't allow your mind to sabotage you. It fights for its survival because we programmed it that way. It's like Hal the computer in the picture 2001. But since we programmed it to keep us bogged down, we can always deprogram it so it cannot touch us. So now that you've got everything, there's nothing more for me to say. Be yourself. You've got no choice on that. That's the ridiculousness of this whole world of living. You're infinite, you're omnipotent, you're omniscient, you're omnipresent right here and now at this moment. Concocting a mind which says otherwise. My objective today is to get each and every one of you to understand what this thing, freedom, is. The actual experience of the state I cannot give to you, nor can anyone in words. It is so far beyond words, and it is so far beyond mind. The only way to know what it is to be in it. However, from where you are, you should intellectually understand what it is. What you are like before it, what you are like after it. And I will do everything within my power to get that understanding across to you. And if it doesn't happen in the next hour or two, you'll have me available to help you understand it out at the places we're going to. So, if you have any questions that are not answered here, or that come up later, ask me later on. How many feel that they know what the state of freedom is? Just raise your hand. You got 3 hands. 3 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All I got to do is wait and you'll all be there. How many feel they do not understand what that high state of freedom is? Interesting. For that reason, I put it on paper and would like you to copy it so you can refer to it in the future. What? No. I'm just going to talk about it. I'll give it to you and you'll copy it off the flip chart here. The ultimate state that everyone is seeking and will never be satisfied until he or she achieves it is simply the I of you. When you say I with nothing added to it, that's it. Just keep saying I. That's it. And when you say am, that still is it. I am. But the moment you say this, that is not it. When there's only I, and there's no this or that, that's the state. So this state we are all trying to achieve, we already are. And it is the I of us. Okay, so what's the problem? We have over eons accumulated the concept via our mind that I am this body. We go from unlimitedness right down to the most limited state possible unto any being in this universe, being just a physical body. Now, in the after picture, do you see the physical body? Yes, you do. But the difference is this. In the before picture, you think the physical body is you. In the after picture, the physical body is in you and is only a small part of you. So there's no sudden disappearance of the body dying or going out in a flash of light or anything like that when you get the ultimate realization of what you are. What changes is your view, your perception, and your attitude. Point of view and attitude are the two things that change when you go free. There is no reason why you should fear going free. But every one of you does fear going free. And were it not for that, you already would have been free using the method. But you release in bits because of a fear
that some of you see and some of you don't. Because if you're released totally, you'd go free. And the fear is you will die. You will lose the carcass. That's what's holding you back. That's what's behind your resistance. I will die if I give up my feelings. Now, the reason for that is that we originally put these feelings in for survival of the body. All our feelings were put in as pro-survival. You've heard the one, fight or flight. Well, starting at the bottom, in apathy, if I roll up in a ball in a corner, they won't touch me. Animals use that sometimes. They'll just play dead. We feel if we play dead, they won't kill me. Grief is wanting someone like Mother to come along and say, oh, everything's fine, and pat you on the back or on the head. Anger, I think you know what that is. I don't feel like going through all of them. Do you need every one of them? Anger is if I take some action, I will survive. Courageousness, you take it without any forethought, with ease. Acceptance, the world is not rough, it's A-OK, you don't have to fight it anymore. In peace, you're imperturbable. No more struggle. But all these feelings were put in as pro-survival. And if you don't see it consciously, unconsciously you feel, if I let go of my feelings, I will die. If you will see the stupidity of it, you might let go of wanting to hold on to these feelings. Although they were put in as pro-survival, every bit of them are anti-survival. They are trying to behave now as things have been in the past. And right now, it's not like it was in the past. And so our behavior is very inefficient, very inappropriate. So it behooves you to let go of these feelings, to get into the nowness of things. And the only way you can be in the nowness of things is by having no feelings. Because feelings are habits from the past on how to survive as a body, being applied into now situations which it does not fit. Because we've been rejected in the past, we now feel as though everyone is rejecting us. We have to fight for approval. This is only from the past that you have these feelings, and they do not apply nor fit now. So the reason why you have resistance to going free is because you fear that if I let go of my feelings, I will die. So how do you overcome that? By being smart, seeing what I'm telling you. See how asinine it is to hold on to these programs from the past. And ask yourself, how smart am I holding on to this stupidity? You see what I'm doing to you now? I'm using your ego to undo your ego. There's nothing we can do about the ultimate state. We have to undo the limited state, the state of the ego. So be smart. Go free. But be careful, because when you go free, whatever thought you put in your mind materializes instantly. God help you if that happens to you. You're going to have everything you want instantly, with no effort. Reminds me of a term that Werner Erhard uses, but I'm too dignified. Your AHs for not taking that state. Every one of you could have had it by now. Should have had it by now. It's such a joke. And each one will see what a tremendous joke he or she has played upon himself or herself. When you see this picture, you'll laugh your head off. It is so set that my thinking determines everything in this world. And look how I'm thinking now. Living through tremendous effort, when all I would need to do is just have the thought and the thing would be there. Exactly like in the dream world. Whatever you think in the dream world is immediately. That's part of the top state, of the free state. You can think and instantly have whatever it is you think of. I remember when I first saw that, I wasn't free. I saw my thoughts, and I held my head for hours trying to stop the thinking. There was so much negativity there. And thoughts were going right through my hand and right out into the world, and I couldn't stop them. So I resolved to work as rapidly as I could to undo that negativity, knowing it was motivated from my feelings. But be careful. When you go free, everything is gotten effortlessly for the mere thought of it. Okay, how smart are you now, the way you're living your life, when that could be? Get smart. When you resolve to go all the way, then you'll do it. Step one is not in fully for all of you, otherwise you would have been free by now. It only takes months to undo the totality of the garbage if you make it continuous. But it takes step one before you can do the other steps. You must want this freedom more than anything else. You must want this freedom more than life itself, is the way you have to feel. Not, well, it's okay now, but I still want my bread and cars and so forth. There's nothing wrong in having things. You should have everything, because it only requires thought. And if you do not have an abundance, it shows that subconsciously you think, I cannot have.
That's why we give out the gold charts, to bring up your aversions to this world that you cannot have, so that the world will drop into your lap with less and less effort as time goes by, until you realize it's effortless. Once your anti-thoughts and feelings are out. The best practical example I know of freedom is really the dream life. If you dream you're in New York and you're in action there. If the next moment you dream you're in Los Angeles, that moment you're in Los Angeles. If you're hungry, you immediately dream there's food on the table in front of you. Whatever you think is right away in your dream life. And that's the way it should be in the waking state. Now, after you can think and have whatever you want, after you master this world, and it's necessary in order to go free. Freedom is a state of no limitations, which means you can have anything and everything in this world. Your next step is to master your body. Mastering the body requires getting away from patching it. Patching, P-A-T-C-H-I-N-G, patching it. You go to a doctor and he fixes this finger, then something else goes off and something else goes off. Mastering the body is knowing that you are master over it, that you created it, and that your thought determines it. You cannot have a disease in a body without holding the blueprint for it in the mind. So you first master the world, then you master your body. And the final step is mastering your mind. When you master your mind and you're in control of it, you just quiet it. And just behind the quietude of the mind is the I that you really are. If I ask you whose body is it that you have, you will say, mine. Okay, who are you who has that body? Get to know that one. You are not the body. You have the body's in you. If I ask you, whose mind is it that you have, you would say, mine. Okay, who are you who has that mind? That's the real you. Now, the real you is whole, perfect, eternal, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, always was, is now, and always will be. There's only one thing keeping you away from seeing that. And it's called thought. When your mind is quiet, what I'm saying to you is very self-obvious to you as to what you really are. When the mind is quiet, no thoughts,
then you cannot help but see what it is you are, this unlimited being. Okay, what makes the mind not quiet? One thing only: feelings. All the thoughts you have are motivated by feelings. If you don't see it now, work on it later. All your thoughts now are motivated by feelings. If you can lift your feelings out, your mind is quiet, and you are what you are, an unlimited being. It's simple. And even though I get antagonism on this, it is simple. Why you are that right now. And all this repressed feelings, all of it, is trying with tremendous energy to expend itself, and you're using that much energy plus to hold it down. AHs. Uh-huh. You get to see it soon. AH, HA. But all these suppressed feelings are trying with tremendous energy to get out. And you're unconsciously sitting on it, holding it down, because it's pro-survival, you think. So I say it's easy to go free. It's simple. Rid yourself of your feelings, your mind goes quiet, everything is obvious to you. Okay, what is it you discover? That there never was anything but I, all alone. I am the totality of this universe. I am the beingness of it, which is right behind the manifestation. That the real I is that, untouchable. I'm coming into this chart now. I use this chart so I don't leave anything out. The I I've been talking about is symbolized by the circle of infinity. I am the infinite beingness of this universe. All-knowing, all-powerful, and also everywhere present. That's the real I that each and every one of us is. Now, has been, will be. It has no limits. When you see your omnipresence, you can take a look-see anywhere in this universe and see what's going on. You can take a look-see in the center of the earth and see what's going on. You can step into the sun right in the middle of it and see what's going on. And if you're interested in that, you'll do it. Now this is the real you. And it's called beingness. And this is where you started. This is where you originated. Right there. Then you set up a vehicle, an instrument called mind. Which is a reflector of parts, of multiplicity, of divisions, of separation. Up here, you see only yourself in everything, everywhere. And when you go free, that's what you're going to see. You're going to look at everyone is me, every atom in this universe is me, is what you will see. And once you see it, it's your knowledge. But this I, the real I of us, sets up a thing called mind for separation, for action. And that starts the downward trek. In order to be separate, we have to set up a mind and an individuality feeling that I am separate from the oneness. Therefore, I am a Lester, and I have a mind. And at first, the mind creates very subtle bodies, then denser bodies, then the densest body, the physical body. So then we have a little circle down here of body. We'll make a body out of it. So we come from this infinite beingness down to a tiny point called body. You can't be more limited than you are now as a physical body. There is no further downward trek for you. The only way left now is to go back up. But you're fortunate. Because we're at the bottom here, the incentive to get out of the confinement is so great.
Greetings. Love to each and every one of you. Welcome back to our beautiful Sedona. No one here wants to change me. Especially when I say it's simple and it's easy. But of course I'm crazy and everyone else is right. But I'll keep saying it to you until you let go of that wanting to change me. And almost overnight you'll go free. Why? Because you are already free. Acting and pretending as though you're not. Are you? Mm-hmm. That's it. Is that difficult? Just be your beingness. Do you have any choice otherwise? No. You are free. Always were, always will be. Just stop acting unfree. How? Let the mind go quiet. How? Get rid of your ag flat, and your mind is quiet. Simple and easy. If you do it. If you don't do it, it's impossible. So what does it take to do the most simplistic thing there is in the universe, which is to be yourself, to be infinite? To bring it down to the push and pull, I think I'm going to add something to step number 1, which says you should want really freedom more than you want anything else. I think I'd like to add to it, convert all your wants, convert all your desires to one desire, to go free. Convert all your desires into the desire to go free. And I'll guarantee you, you'll get it in a matter of weeks, if not a few months. Convert all your desires into the desire to go free. You see what happens then? Everything you go after in the world other than freedom is in the opposite direction of freedom. Every direction you go into in this world other than that of freedom is in the opposite direction of freedom. You're looking to the world to discover yourself. You think this thing can do it or that person can do it. And I don't know how many of you have discovered that there's only one single happiness, one single joy. And that's when you quiet your mind and you just be. Isn't that difficult? But if all your desires are not focused in on a desire of going free, you're looking away from freedom. You're looking to get it where it is not. Isn't that simple? Is there anyone who doesn't understand what I just said? Recognize that what you're going after isn't there. The desire that you had will not give you what you're looking for. That the only joy is you being you. And you'll stop chasing rainbows. You'll stop all the time being outward. And you'll start being all the time inward. And releasing the desires, the wants. Of course, get them under approval or control or security. Then release them, otherwise you're wasting it. You can release anger, but it's not effective enough. Releasing one unit of approval or control is releasing one unit in every feeling. So releasing approval or control is releasing hundreds of times more than just releasing on anger. It would take you forever to release all your anger. There's too much of an accumulation of it. And this goes for every feeling. You've been accumulating them for millions of years. But under approval or control, you can wipe them all out. The number one desire, the number one want is for absolute security for this body, right? In order to get that security, if I can get you and everyone else to approve of me, I'll be safe and I will survive, right? If I can't, then I want to make you approve of me, so I'll be safe and survive. That's control. So the first wish, desire, is for security of the body. The second is approval. The third is control. And the fourth, fifth, ad infinitum is on the chart. But knocking out the first one, wanting to survive, will undo every other feeling. When you no more want to survive as a body, you have no more want. Then you'll discover the big joke you played upon yourself, that you are eternal, that you could keep the physical body going forever and ever. But there are much better ways than cooping yourself up in a very fragile physical body. You can be a whole, complete, perfect body. And it looks like this one, without its defects. Or you could go all the way into the total, whole, complete, absolute, imperturbable peace, which is just beingness, which is just consciousness. You're just conscious, not of bodies and your body, you're just conscious. Maybe the nearest thing to it would be like a daydreaming state where you're thinking of nothing. Everyone can experience the ultimate state because you're in it all the time. And you experience it when your mind goes quiet. It's only the mind that takes you away from it. It's only the mind that makes the noise. Isn't that simple? It really is. And it's easy if you do it. You'll do it when all your desires focus in to one desire, to be free. After you are convinced that freedom is the most desirable thing there is. You kid yourself when you think now that, yes, I want freedom more than anything else. Were that true, you'd be free right now. Yes, I want my freedom, but all my little toys and play acts and games in the world, I got to take care of them also. The play acts of the world take you away from your beingness in a direction where you're trying to experience the beingness externally where it isn't. And when your mind goes quiet, you discover you set up the entire externality. You set it up, it's only in your mind. And when your mind goes quiet, you discover it. Quiet your mind. You'll know what the world is. I can't tell you what the world's going to be like to you because it is to you what you make it. It's nothing but the outprojecting of your mind. Now what changes is your attitude toward the world. When you see it for what it is, you'll see it like a night dream appears to you after you awaken from the night dream. It's there, but it's a dream that never really was. And so what is your attitude? Subconsciously, your mind is sucked right into all that action by those feelings. That's what the mind is. It's a composite of those feelings. The mind is nothing but perturbation, be there such a word. Every thought is a disturbance. How do you live without thoughts? Effortlessly, by intuition. You don't do a thing after your mind is quieted. You just witness without even moving, without lifting a finger. You witness everything. So what does it take to do that? No more ag flap. See, the ag flap, all the feelings or programs put in as pro-survival of the body. Have you seen that? So subconsciously, as long as you have a feeling, you're on guard in order to survive. But it's so much of it, you look away from it as though it isn't, and you call it subconscious. But as long as you have feelings, subconsciously, you're in a tremendous turmoil. You're on guard lest you die all the time, 24 hours a day. Felt like saying 25 hours a day. If I can get you to see the points I'm making now, it should help you stop chasing rainbows, chasing after happiness where it isn't. It's so obvious that you cannot satisfy a desire. If you satisfied a desire, it would be gone. No more desire, right? You satisfied it, it's gone. How long would it take you to satisfy all your present desires? A short time. You'd be in a state of satiety and your mind would be quiet. But the more you try to satisfy a desire, the stronger it becomes. Because there is no satisfying of a desire. There's only a releasing of it. You must become desireless. By focusing all your desire into the desire to go free, knowing that that's where your ultimate happiness lies. You see, you're not convinced that your ultimate happiness lies in being totally free of all your feelings. If you were, you'd just undo them. Undo them. Just, you'd let them push out. every bit of every feeling is trying to push itself out, trying to expend itself, and you're sitting on top of it, holding it down with that much energy plus a little more. If you just stopped holding the suppressed stuff down, it would all run out on its own in a matter of minutes. It would be like puncturing a pressure kettle. You'd be free. Do you see how much you're holding on to the bondages, the things that are keeping you bound? Every desire is like an iron chain around you. Count up all the desires and you have all the iron chains that are binding you. So to sum it up, you've got to convince yourself that the ultimate happiness is freedom. And the ultimate freedom is no ag flat. And that when you do that, then you'll naturally convert all your desires into going free, and you'll do it quickly. The reason why we want you to achieve goals is to bring up the antis to it, the blocks, the negative feelings, so you can release them. After you release them, you get convinced and go for it. Go all out for it. Then you'll discover you can think and instantly have things. I think everyone here has had experiences of things coming without effort, just for the thought of it. If it happens once, it can happen twice. If it happens twice, it can happen 4 times. If it happens 4 times, it can happen 16 times. If it happens 16 times, it can happen 64. And on until it's all gone. Then you'll just think and let the world happen. You notice our whole approach is letting go of. We're never with effort trying to extremely do something. The pounding of the positive thinking world. You've got to allow the world to be what it is. There's one effort you must use, and that's to convert all your desires into one desire, to go free. That's the effort you need to use and should use. Take all that effort that you're wasting out there on the world, put it into wanting freedom only, and you'll get it quickly. Now the times you can grow the fastest are when you're up high. Most of us will use a method when the world is hurting so badly we can't stand it anymore. Then we release. You should release when you're up. When you're up high, you can bend down low and deep to get a hold of the fear of dying, the fear of living, the wanting to survive as a body, the fear of separation. It's when you're high you can tackle the bottom line, security. And when you have no more fear of dying, that's it. Or when you're free, you laugh at dying. It's just the opposite of what you thought. The greatest death you ever went through was being born. And when you die, you get a sense of freedom that's the greatest you ever had in the experience of this body. So again, focus all your wants, all your desires into the desire to go free. And get all the ag flap out and be what you are, unlimited. Get rid of your ag flap and then your thinking will create without effort. Get rid of your ag flap. You can be the number one singer, the number one actress in the world. You won't have a need for it, though. You're in a situation every moment of your life. Is there a time when you're not in a situation? When you're asleep. You'll never know what you're going to do after until you go free. You might carry through on being the number one singer. And then let it go. You don't need anything. You are the all when you're free. You don't have to go for everything. Everyone is you, everything is you. It's your creation. But again, if we think we can't, we make a goal of it, it gives us an opportunity to release. But you're on a super intensive now. I'm telling you, drop the whole thing. Why keep working and pushing it? Get rid of your ag flap. If you're released once, you can release twice. If you're released twice, you can release 4 times. You can release the whole thing. Why don't you release the whole thing? Because of the first thing I said, you have desire for rather than freedom. Desire is your enemy. Desire is your number one enemy. Take your number one enemy and use it against itself. Take your number one enemy, desire, and convert it into the desire for freedom. You'll be fighting fire with fire. How does that sound to you when I say take your number one enemy, desire, and focus it in on the desire to go free? But it does puzzle me as to why all of you discover that releasing is a great thing, and that you do not take it all. You just don't take it all. Why? Can you tell me? Your programs take over. Or your programs have a mind and a power and a punch, and they hit you, right? Congratulations for taking responsibility for your programs. Because as long as you give your power to the programs, you're finished. But who gives the power to those programs? Who holds on to them? See, it's back to want. You don't want to see them. And and that's the basic principle in the method, is letting go of want. Want, 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 want. When there's no more want, you discover you are the all of the entire universe. I still see it as you're needing to focus all your desire into the desire to go free. I think we ought to make that step one of the intensive and super intensive. Not wanting freedom more than we want approval or control, but taking all our wants and focusing them into the want to go free. That'll do it. It's simple and it's easy if you do it. So what I'm saying to you now is do it. In general, all the time you're out in the world, you're going in the wrong direction. You think your welfare and security lies out there in the world. It's only when you're releasing that you're in the right direction. Coming to courses like this is the very best thing you can do, is stopping going in the wrong direction for a while to concentrate on going in the right direction. It's about time you got together under one roof, like brother monks and sisters, with the resolve to go free immediately. You fulfill that desire, your mind goes quiet, and you're being. And it feels great. Recognize what that good feeling is. There's one single joy, happiness only in this world. That's when you're being your beingness. Discover that. It'll expedite your going directly for it instead of trying to fulfill desires. Now, because it made you feel great, you'll naturally want to do it again and 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 again, from here until eternity. Desire mine enemy. Desire mine, M-I-N-E, enemy, is a good motto to keep in the back of your head.
Oh.
Or put it in any language you want. I was quoting, I think it was Yukteswar wrote a song, or somebody wrote a song, Desire my enemy. But desire is your enemy. Because desire is simply the agony of lack. High enough so you can confront the fear of dying, which is a most suppressed feeling of all feelings. So when you release an appreciable amount of approval or control, you're up high enough to confront and allow up the fear of dying and let it out rather than pushing it down again. See, we think if the fear of dying comes up, we're going to die. It feels as though we're dying. So we suppress it. But be careful on it. Don't overwhelm yourself by releasing on the fear of dying unless you can really handle it. Once you can handle it, go for broke. Very quickly, you get that out and you're finished. When you let go of your fear of dying, you're finished. You're so close to it that you're as good as finished. So simple. No more wanting approval or control. Allows you to pull out the absolute bottom line. Fear of dying, which is your security thing. After which, your mind goes quiet. When you have no fear of dying, your mind goes quiet. And you're very self-obvious to yourself as to your unlimitedness. You've got to quiet that mind. See, if there's only one way of going free, it is getting the mind quiet. Now, all the other ways try to do it through the mind. And because the mind is an entity programmed for survival, and the mind thinks it is the survival, the mind will never undo the mind. This is the problem with all other ways, except our way. They're all trying to do it via the mind, and the mind is totally constituted to keep your body surviving. So the mind will never quiet the mind. Releasing the motivators for thought will. Releasing approval, control will quiet the mind. And when the mind is quiet, the answer is there. Knowing that answer, every other answer is there. So there's only one way, and that's quieting the mind. And any way that attempts to do it via the mind will never succeed. And that's why we're not succeeding over these thousands of years. They tell you love. But you got all this ag flap, which is non-love. So you try to love over the top of the non-love. It doesn't work. Take the ag flap out of the way and the love is there, has always been there. You're all loved by your nature. The ag flap covers it over. Pull the ag flap out, there's only love. It's the greatest thing there is. You're ignorant of the fact that you're creating those pictures. Is that a bad word, ignorant? I didn't say ignoramus. Unless you're reading my thought.
But we're all creating those rocks.
Whatever rock you see, you're creating, yes. There's nothing out there but your picture. You don't see what everyone else sees. You think everyone's seeing your picture. This is part of the ego. Professor, you know people don't see things the same way. You talk to groups. You get off the platform and they say you said, and they tell you the opposite of what you said. Everyone sees what he or she sees through their own ag-flapped eyeglasses, their own rose-colored glasses. You don't have to relate it to anything, just hold it. There's nothing out there but my picture. Until you see that to be so. Take responsibility and you'll make the picture the way you choose to make it. All there ever was our whole complete beingness. Being a rock is imagined. Beingness alone
So the rock exists, it's just an imagination.
exists in your imagination.
I'm trying to figure this out.
That's the problem.
Could we say then that we have rocks in our head?
You have rocks in your head. Just like you see things in your dream after you have awakened from it and look back at it. Now this waking state is exactly as real as a night dream is real. While you're in the night dream, it's real, right? When you wake up, you say, oh my gosh, it was just a dream that never really was. When you wake up out of this dream, you'll say the exact same thing. The so-called waking state is a dream state. It really is. We're asleep. We're asleep to this. And when you wake up out of it, you're going to say, you're going to laugh your head off. It never really was. It was just a dream that I imagined. But the only thing that ever really was this. You see what you're doing to me? You're trying to make me say, yes, this is it. No, but this isn't it. Nor is that. In our infinite beingness, we set this thing up that sets this up. The funny thing is you can't ever lose that power. You can delegate it to this, which can delegate it to this, which can delegate it to chemicals. and food and air. But all the time, the truth is this: delegating its power downward. In actuality, you never give up your mastership. You just masterfully drown yourself with limitations. There's a singular oneness. It's your beingness. That's how simple it is. Imagining all this, imaging all this in your mind. Get that mind quiet. It's all gone. All right, I'll tell you another thing from the top. If it's world, it's no good. Now let me qualify that. Be successful. Be the number one. Because in that process you get to know that if it's world, it's no good. You get to know that after attaining fame and fortune, there's no happiness there. Then you have to go after happiness where it really is. What is happiness? There's only one single joy in happiness. It's being your beingness, which you do every time you quiet your mind by satisfying a desire. A desire is agony, is the agony of lack. Your mind is active. You satisfy the desire, your mind goes quiet, and you're being. And that's the only joy there is. There is no other joy. Get to see this and you stop chasing the rainbows out there. Yeah, but hear me. If you can't succeed in the world, you got programs, I cannot succeed. So you must succeed in the world. Why? So it brings up those non-success programs so you can release them. A good part of the course is goals, right? Why? So it brings up your negative feelings so you can release them, so you can be successful. If you can't be successful, you must be. When you are successful, then you move above it. You go from havingness to doingness to beingness. You can't win in this world, you got to become a winner. If you're not a winner, you're loaded with I cannots. So as you move out to be a winner, the I cannots come up and you release them. Then you can be a winner. Are winners happy? After you get to be a winner, you move up into being. Say any aid that aids is a good aid, be a Gatorade. Sometimes I think an alligator on the backside might make it go up. And that's the way we really do. We give ourselves such heavy bites and fights, we eventually let go and go back home. I don't want you to think I'm putting down the aids that help you. If you need an external aid and it helps, use it. When you understand that external help, then you'll move above it. Now, there's no giving up anything on this path. We're at the bottom. There's only one thing we can give up.
The bottom.
And from here on, it's got to be bottoms up. There is no giving up as you go free. There is a tremendous taking on of more and more and more until eventually you have the all. First you'll see every person as yourself, then you'll see everything as yourself, then you'll see the whole universe as you. And once you are the all, there's nothing you need. There's no more desire, no more attachment, no more aversion, and you're free. And as I said, the world won't disappear for you. It's like an oasis on a desert. You see water. You even see trees growing around it. But when you go over to it, you discover it was an illusion. It's just sand. Now you walk once you go free, you walk the desert, you'll still see that oasis. With this difference, you won't go there to drink. And this is what you need to learn about the world. Stop going there to drink. You just get drunk. Stop looking to the world for your joy. Look to yourself for all the joy, because that's the only joy there is. When you're having happiness, anything pleasurable, any joy, it's only because you've quieted the mind for that desire. And when your mind is quiet, you're being your beingness. That's the only happiness you can ever experience. Discover that for yourself. Stop chasing those rainbows. You've been doing it for millions of years already. And you now have a choice to go on enjoying over eons. It'll take you eons to do this. Or you could go from here right back home to the top. This is the advantage of being at the bottom. You're close to the top. You're closest to the top of any area there. The heaviness, the incrustation, the binds that we have put upon ourselves, and we never forget really what we are so heavy. The desire to break out of the bondage is so great we can go straight up this way. From this state of being in a physical body, we can go all the way home in a matter of months or less. The fact that very few people do it does not make it true that you cannot. When any one of you decides to so do it, so be it. When you decide you want freedom more than you want anything else, you can do it in months. You don't even have to discover the how-to. You've already got it. No feelings. The mind goes quiet, and that's it. I think the main reason why you're not going all the way is a subconscious fear of dying if I go free. Now, this subconscious fear of dying is actually the fear of losing your ego. The ego does die. The sense that I am this limited body Lester dies. But in place of it comes something infinitely better. Your whole purpose for coming here is to discover this free being that you are. Everything you do is moving in that direction, but looking for it where it isn't. It is not external. It's not in more money, more playmates. It is in you discovering what you really are, unlimited free beingness. And that you set up the whole world as you see it. There is nothing out there but your picture. And we superimpose our picture on the same space that others superimpose their pictures. And each one of us is seeing only our picture. But this fear of going free is the fear of losing the ego sense. Now what happens after you lose your ego sense is simply the body moves around, but you know the body for what it is. What used to be the all of me turns out to be the least of me. One infinitesimal speck of me is this body. Because I'm omnipresent, not just in this spot. Every one of us is everywhere present. All the time focusing in on a little body, saying, I am this little body. Trying to keep the body surviving forever. Who succeeds in keeping the body surviving forever? You see how stupid it is? We see the body's dying all the time. We are dying every day. We are struggling for survival every day. It's an absolute no-win direction. We see it. By the way, Wendy's is a good place to eat. Why? On a table they have ads from the 1800s. I was looking at it yesterday, and they do the same voodoo things that we do. How to keep from going bald, singe your hair. They have all these odd singe. They have all these unusual ways of healing the body and etc., that we use now, put different names on it, call them wonder drugs. You wonder why. But it shows you, it should give you a sense of the impermeability of everything, because everything you're reading about, and they give you addresses in, if you live in New York City, that you've been around and very close to, and you know it's not there now, the things you're reading. It shows you the impermanency of everything. I'm trying to shake you loose of your life hold on a body. Give it its just due and spend your time releasing, going free. And if you really like the body that much, you can make it go on as long as you want to. You can make it as youthful as you want to also. There are some rare beings who stay at the age of around 18, 20 all their life. Our friends on our nearby planets, most of them look 16, 18, as high as 20. Very few look older than that. And they're 1,000 to 2,000 years old. We can do the same thing. But in the process of breaking free of the body, learn that you're in control of the body. It's only your thought. But use this. Heal the body instantly. Walk over red-hot coals and don't get burned. Tom Bell was in town here some weeks ago and took a group over burning coals. You can do that and much, much more. Get rid of your shackles. It'll start you going through this. It'll free you from being bound into the physical body. You could walk on hot coals and then walk on water and things like that. You're beginning to transcend the physical body. You're going to need this. This morning I was reading breakfast in the bakery down here, a Christian Science newspaper, on all the hows and wherefores of nuclear attack, how to stop it, and if you don't get it the first 5 minutes, the next 20 are most important, but the last 2 minutes on the way down goes on and on. This is Christian Science. Explaining the best ways to stop a nuclear attack. I'm giving you away now. Discover that you're the creator of the body. You could walk through a nuclear explosion and it wouldn't touch you. You could put your hand in fire and it wouldn't burn you. You might need these things in this decade. As they talk about undoing these nuclear things, they multiply them, not only in numbers but in ability. You see the direction. Stop wasting time. Release the ag flap. Go free. You're going to do it anyway, even if it takes you 1,000,000 years. Why not now? You've got the method. No more wanting approval or control. Freeze the mind enough so you can dig down into the number 1 program, wanting to survive as a body, fear of dying. You pull that out, you're free. You pull that out, the little remaining garbage you can dump so easily, and then you'll just remain as you really are. You'll be out of the struggle. Boy, if I got this power to walk over hot coals, I got the power to teleport. I got the power to at least arrange my life so I don't have to struggle anymore. In that sense, it could help. If I can walk on hot coals, can I arrange my life ideally? Of course you got that power. Powers do not free us. The experience of people who get interested in them is that they get stuck in powers. Now, powers are just working the world shortcut, that's all. Powers are inherently yours. All the power there is in the universe is yours. All the powers are yours right now. But if you show yourself one of them, it might encourage you to show yourself another one and another one, and then you start unshackling. You might let go of all the powers and just be. There's a lot of people do miracles, and they're not aware of it, because when they do it, it's so easy and concentrated. They get back into the world, they don't even remember it. Like these old ladies lifting cars and kids lifting automobiles. The emergency concentrates them. They're on one thing, totally concentrated. I gotta lift that car off my friend or relative. With no doubt, they just lift it. I just got a funny picture when I was living on Central Park South. I'm getting in the elevator, and the operator is a very strong man. He just can't open a bottle, a cap. And I look at him and I said, I'll do it for you. And I took it. I just, with a little twist, I took the thing off and gave it to him. It's all thought. He used to stare at me every time I went up and down. That was something peculiar to him. And when you identify with your beingness, you recognize the only thing that is your beingness being all beingness. That's the only absolute truth that never ever changes. Everything else changes because it's untrue. If a thing is true, it's true forever. If it changes, it wasn't true the moment before. So everything changing is not true. It's an illusion created by us. But try to remember, as you let go, you don't give up anything, you take on more. Who got more miserable from releasing? Anybody? You might think so, because as you free yourself of the heaviest, or as you free yourself as the thing that's right on the surface now, it uncovers more that's deeper. And you might attribute the deeper vision to the releasing the heavier, subtle thing right on top now. And the more you release, the more sensitized you become. So whatever you feel more so. Because before you were blinding yourself to feeling it. You were driving it down in the mind, making it subconscious. And so when you make it conscious, you're aware of it, and it feels as though it's something new coming up. But it was always there. So you might have a thought that, gee, I'm getting worse. I never felt so sharply. But you'll discover that you don't remain nearly as long in that heavy state as you did before. Even though you'll feel it more so, you'll feel it for a far shorter period of time. Take responsibility for everything you feel and experience. If this is my heavy desire for this thing that I want so much, who's dominant, it or me? Does the desire come to you in a body and tell you I am in power over you? No. So take responsibility. Whose desire is this? At least it'll put you in a position where you can, if you choose, release that desire totally and never be bothered by it again. For me, it's a terrible thing to teach that Jesus died for our sins. If he died for our errors, we don't have to correct them. No, he died to prove immortality, to show us the way to immortality is to die to the physical body. Then you'll get your immortality. That's just a misinterpretation of some of the leaders in religion who did not understand. The Pope is for hope. He goes down to South America, and there's the people down at the bottom. He gives them hope. My thinking is they'd be better off without it. Then they either have to sink or swim. See? The hope keeps us going on and on and on in the misery. Yet, from a certain space, of course, hope is good. No hope, you die. But take responsibility. When you're enough in want, I, the self, create the mind that has the want. So who's responsible? I think it's good to emphasize the KISS theory. Keep it simple. A wish for the rest of me to go free, which is everyone. Plus, before you come in, you make certain decisions, and you'll carry them out. Before you're born, you see your whole life ahead of you, and you make good decisions, good strong decisions, and you carry them through. As I said before, when you go free, there's one of two things you'll do. You'll just isolate for the period of the body, or you'll come back and help the rest of the people do what you did. The majority of people just leave. Why? This is an illusion. a very small minority come back. And they're the Christs, the Buddhas, etc. For all you know, I might just not be anything I'm saying. How do you know? Only by doing it yourself will you know. It takes one to know one. All the time, putting your thoughts out to protect the body. Not for one moment taking a look-see at that beauty that you discovered. Not for one moment would you look at it, because all the time you were struggling for survival. And it keeps your mind busy all the time. See, as your mind gets quiet, you begin to see the beauty, the perfection. So the mind is the enemy. We have to quiet it. Every thought is a thing of limitation. So the best state is a no-thought state. When you quiet your mind, you just come from your knowingness. You operate intuitively. See, theoretically you can do it like that. I am not the mind, out, finished. No one does it. Now, I spent a year trying to think up a shortcut, a one-shot way of going free. See, we all have accumulated the encrustation of the mind, and we need to undo it. And it's so heavy, there's so much there, that we go along with it. But should you make a decision, enough of that mind, then you can do it weeks, months, because then all your desire focuses in on the desire to rid yourself of the mind, and you just keep releasing all the time, all day long, even though you're with people. You've probably experienced the state where it comes up and floats out, comes up and floats out. It's got to get to that point, really. There's so much of it. Releasing occasionally helps. But if you want to get it all out, a huge accumulation, it's got to be constant. It's in the 6 steps. You got to make it constant. And all day long it's floating up and out. You see the feeling and you see it release. It's sort of like sitting back and watching the show go on. People who have let go of a long-time habit of smoking, I've always got them to first accept that it's okay to smoke. Now that's hard for them to do. It's much harder for them to accept that it's okay to smoke than it is to let go of smoking. You can apply that to yourself. You see, like, put it on the smoking. If it's not right to smoke, I'm taken up with it's not right to smoke. So much I can't even begin to think of letting go of smoking. I'm fighting the fact that it's not good to smoke, and people say so, and even I know so. It might give me emphysema. So we must. It's so much easier to release when you first accept, and then you can let go.
In the letter I wrote last time, I made a statement that I would try to give you the key to maintaining a constant happiness so that you don't nosedive. I was aware that several individuals were diving and not coming up, which I guess is one of the reasons why
I didn't get here. You see, when you're down and you think, oh, things are terrible and you're frantic, I couldn't communicate with you very easily. Also, if I came here and you got this lift and got out of it, you would say that I did it, which develops a dependency relationship which isn't good. You're infinite. You can do anything and everything you want. You can have, be, or do whatever you will or desire. And when the disturbance lasts long enough, you get fed up with it and you let it go anyway. Then you do it, see, and it's much, much better when you do it and you don't need someone else to lean upon. But I kind of felt that what the group would like to know at that time was how to maintain this happiness. Why don't we have it all the time? We should. And so I thought I'd try to give you the understanding or the key to the understanding that'll help you develop happiness that lasts. All right, now this is the key. When you understand, or when you know what happiness is, then you're able to establish happiness more and more until it's all the time. But the key is knowing, what is this thing, happiness? When you know what it is, you look for it where it is, rather than look for it where it isn't. Looking for happiness where it isn't is what gives you misery. Looking for happiness where it isn't is what causes you to nosedive. The key is knowing what happiness is so that you can go directly for it. Not recognizing what happiness is makes it difficult to establish it permanently. So when you get to see what this happiness really is, when you become miserable, you'll move in that direction. All right, what is happiness? Well, to most people, they call it pleasure, and what it actually is escape from pain. What most people call happiness today is they're getting away from their pain, escape, entertainment. They cannot stand being with themselves, with their own thoughts. They have to run to a movie, a nightclub, visit someone just to get some action going so that they are not alone with their own thoughts. When their mind is taken away from their own thoughts, they feel better, and they call that happiness. All entertainment is actually that. Although when you become free, you can enjoy entertainment far more than before, but you need none of it because you're happy. Now, the happiness I'm going to talk about is not the escape from misery kind of happiness. It's the joy that results from being your real self. The more we are our real self, the more joyous we feel. Now, this joy is accomplished not by the thing or the person out there whom we associate with the joy, but it's accomplished by satisfying the desire for
or the thoughts wanting to acquire this person or thing, we quiet those thoughts. And the quieter the mind is, the more the self can shine forth. But this is something you've got to see in your own mind, that the quieter you get your mind, the more joyous you are, the happier you are. It's good to play with this, experiment with it until you see it. That whatever that joy was, it always resulted in quieting of the mind. And then you feel happy. Then you begin to let go of attaching that happiness to people and things. You begin to see that the joy is only your very own self coming out more. But then when you see what this happiness is, you're not going to look for it where it isn't. And you reach the place where you need no one and no thing to be happy. You just are happy all the time. Is there any question on that? I guess intellectually it's seen by everyone, whether you see it through your own mind's eye or not. You should have it at first intellectually, then experiment with it, test it out, and you'll discover that this is so, that every time you feel happy, your mind is at ease. And that what you attributed to the person or thing outside of you was something going on within you, the quieting of your mind, so that your real self could shine forth more. Then when you see this, you won't bog down anymore, because the moment you become unhappy, you'll know just where to go to reestablish the happiness.
That would be within yourself, wouldn't it?
Yes, but it's first recognizing that the happiness is not the person or the thing, but the quieting of the thoughts of desire for the person or thing, which allows you to just be more. When your mind is on things out there, you're not being. You're involved with externals. But I say the key is seeing just that point. That your happiness is the quieting of your mind through the satisfying of desires, which stills thoughts for the thing. When you actually see that in your own mind, you can do it directly. You can let go of those thoughts without achieving the person or the thing, and immediately you're happy. But the overall thing is that you'll move toward happiness where it really is, in you, not in the externals. And in that way you establish a state of happiness that is continuous. But as far as that goes, I always feel as though I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again all the time, from this side, from that side, this side. It's always the same thing. But until you see it in your own mind's eye, until you recognize it, it doesn't mean anything. Become everything, then you need nothing. Desire is a source of all trouble. If you are everything, you need nothing. That is the greatest of all feelings. That's the highest love, when you become the other one. That identity is love in its highest form.
In other words, she didn't break the dish, we broke the dish. She didn't spend money on a dress, we spent the money. So now you're going to have to work this out in your mind. When you become everything, you need nothing. Create a lie when you say, I don't have. And that starts trouble, called unhappiness. You think you don't have because you think you are the body. When you think that way, if you're lacking something, you identify with the body because you really don't lack a thing. What do you have when you don't create? Everything. You have the all. Everything. Don't let a little bell push you around that way. I know what you're thinking. Again, I say each one has to realize this for himself or herself. But when he or she does, then happiness can be made permanent. Because then you look for happiness where it is, and you stop looking for it where it isn't. There is no happiness in people or things. Happiness is our basic nature. Happiness is our very beingness. And when we are only being, we are infinitely happy. When we are only being and nothing else, we are infinitely happy. The greater the attachment, the greater the unhappiness. The greater the aversion, the greater the unhappiness. It's a limitation.
Yes.
To be attached to anything. You can have things and not be attached to them, and you'll be happy. Be attached to them and you are necessarily putting yourself through misery. It's knowing your infinite beingness that is eternal, it never changes, and that this whole world cannot touch you. It's just a fiction, a dream, and you move through life with no attachments and no aversions. Then no one and no thing can disturb you. And you have this infinite peace and joy that's constant. Now, the only difference between a fully realized individual living in the world and one who is not is their attitude toward everything. An unrealized person identifies with a single limited body-mind. A realized person identifies with everything, every being, every atom. Your very nature is joy. You don't get it out of everything that happens. Your basic nature is unlimited joy. This is your natural state. As long as you don't hinge it onto a person or a thing, it's there all the time. But if you say you can't have joy unless I do something, you limit your joy. The natural state is unlimited joy. This is the real natural state. The natural state is being infinite. And we superimpose over that thing all these ideas of limitation, of needs, attachments, aversions, which block out this infinite joy that is natural. If a human being would do absolutely nothing, he would be this infinite being. But he gets active and he does things. The more he does, the more miserable he becomes. Unless you know
what you are. You go through life like everyone else. All right, you see things differently. It's eerie because you're not used to it. When you get used to it, it's deary rather than eerie. You're basically loving your own ego. You did it. You created that. You did that tremendous thing. And you want that to be a good example of you. Now, if we love our children, we free them. We allow them to grow, to bloom like a flower does, to come out. We don't try to fence them in. We free them and guide them and love them, unattached to them, and knowing that they are infinite beings. They are just as much God as I am, is the way you should feel. Also, being God beings, they're going to go through life just the way they have set it out anyway. But you should strive to free them, feel non-attached. Now, this is a higher love than a love with attachment. Loving them, never mind loving the spiritual. The more you love them, the more you will free them. So you think they're like a piece of meat. They're flesh, like a piece of meat. Is that the way you see them?
Well, I see the physical of them, but I also know that that is only illusion, that there is a spiritual side to these children.
Much more than meat there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it isn't the flesh that you like.
It is the spiritual there.
Yeah, that's it. Grant them their beingness. And they'll ask you for the guidance if you just free them. But they resent being pushed around the same way you do, the same way you did when you were a child. They don't like to be ordered around, but they want to learn. They have a natural curiosity. They'll ask you. And if you can start from the beginning by freeing them from the first day, it's the easiest thing to bring up a child. They'll follow you almost completely. But when you start telling them from the first day what to do and what not to do, they behave like an adult does when he's told what to do and what not to do. He resents it. He opposes it. Then oppositional patterns are set up, and by the time they're able to walk around, they've got this oppositional pattern well developed. That's what makes bringing up children so difficult sometimes. Are children oppositional, parents? Because of all our attachment, we were trying to steer them. And they push back. See, we were trained that way, and we train our children that way so that they will train their children that way, and it goes on and on. See, the same thing could be accomplished without all that opposition if it starts right. And you let them make the decision. See, then they're working with you from the beginning. They don't develop this oppositional habit. Sometimes in poor families you can see, in a family of 10 or 12, that there's no opposition because this poor mother, that's all she had was love, real love, and the children all work together and each one... To sum up the whole thing, it's very simple. It's the old dictum, thou art that. And the way to know that is to be still. Being still is simply stilling of the mind,
until there are no more thoughts. So this infinite being that we are, we discover by just quieting our mind, and when we do that, the infinite self shines on its own, and where no thought rises, there we find God, our infinite self. All right, well, how do we get to this state? Most of us have been on a path for some time, and we have not attained full realization. Why? Why aren't we fully realized beings, knowing that within us is the infinite power, knowing that we want it, why aren't we fully realized? Well, again, the answer is simple. In reality, we are fully realized here and now. We are all in a state of nirvana, samadhi, ecstasy, or whatever word we use for it, looking away from that state, looking away via the mind into thoughts and concepts that we are not in that state. So our attention is pointed away from our natural state of full realization. We are fully realized here and now. We are simply looking away from it. What I have been trying to do is to turn our attention, our eye, back toward that state by giving you methods that can be used every day, all day. No matter what you're doing, these methods could be used. And they simply point us back in the direction wherein we can see who and what we are. I believe the first one was, the first method, as you see the world, so are you. By looking at all these things that we don't like or do like about the world, if we will turn our attention inward, we will discover that it's nothing but our own consciousness, that what we see out there is within us. And we can use this to free ourselves from the things out there. I believe the second one was, every bit of joy that we feel is nothing but our very own self, the infinite self, which we allow to express more or less. When we allow it to express more, we are happier. When we squelch it, we are less happy. But every bit of happiness can only be the feeling of our very own beingness, of the self that we are. That if we trace all happiness to its source, we discover just that. And by discovering that, we confirm this fact for ourselves, that all joy is nothing but our very own self. On the opposite side, all misery, all unhappiness has its source in the ego sense. The ego being the sense of separation from the all. I am an individual, separate from the all. The moment we do that, we don't have the all, we have want to get some of that all. We have frustrations, and we call that unhappiness. So if we will trace the source of all misery, we will discover that it has its source in ego desires frustrated. Another meeting we had was on think what you want, think only what you want, and that is all that you will get. The mind is only a creator. Whatever we hold in mind, we create. If we look into this, we discover this to be so, and when we see it for ourselves, then we become masters. Then all we do is just hold in mind the things we want, and that is all we get. We begin to let go of holding negative thoughts in our mind. We begin to let go of receiving negative things. But mind is only creative. It creates whatever we hold in mind. When we don't like it, we call it negative. When we like it, we call it positive. So if we would practice thinking only what we want, that is all that we would ever get. I think the one I'd suggest for tonight is related to freedom, liberation, moksha. The very top state of beingness is called liberation. What is it we want liberation from? The thing we want liberation from is essentially what the world calls today the unconscious mind, that the Vedas call vasanas, tendencies, habits. So this freedom that we are seeking is simply freedom from our own thought habits. Now, this method can be used very easily by anyone. It's really a simple method to use. We start by letting go or changing of very simple habits. For instance, if we always go to work on a certain street, tomorrow we start going to work on another street. Or if we want to take a deeper habit, we can choose a food that we have been eating that we know we would be better off not eating. And we mentally say, well, this I let go of as of today. And we stop eating that food. Breaking that habit is breaking a bondage. Breaking that habit is breaking an unconscious thing that's going on, an unconscious enslavement to prior thoughts. Any habit whatsoever enslaves us. A master is free. He determines anything on the moment, in accordance with the circumstances that he meets at that moment. Whereas most of us, we determine things by our feelings and things that have happened in the past, by our habits. So by beginning to break habits, we begin to break bondages that are unconscious. I think this is a method that's excellent and can be used every day to free us. And eventually it would carry us all the way to complete realization. We would become totally free. There would be no more unconscious mind. There would be no more past tendencies. We would be in control. As I said, this is a relatively easy method because you can start with any habit you choose. You can start with an easy habit. As you practice it, it becomes more easy to do. Then you can go after deeper habits and deeper habits. Again, I say it's a very simple and practical method that can take us very, very far. Now, a master's body is a body of pure energy. And we look at it, and it looks exactly like our bodies. But in composition, it isn't. And if a scientist were able to look at it, he would see a far more purified state of energy where the total cells of the body are all in harmony. Everything is functioning together very harmoniously. As our bodies are now, there's a tremendous amount of disharmony, which is evidenced by sickness, pain, discomfort, heaviness. When we have a body of light, a body of purity, we feel no weight in the body. If we want to move it, it moves instantly without effort. If you lifted your hand up, there'd be no energy. It would feel as though it just floats up on its own. So there is a physical change that goes on in the body. It goes from gross matter into pure energy. Now, every master has a body of light. So as not to startle us, so as not to put themselves too far away from us, they don't show us what they can do. But they can instantly be anywhere they want to with that body. Or they can instantly make as many bodies just like that one as they choose. But again, I say they don't do it because it puts them too far above us, and we tend to say, oh, that's all right for you, Master. You're a master, you're God, but what about us poor mortals? And a master looks at us and sees that we are masters just like he is, just acting as though we are not. And so as not to put a gap between us, a master doesn't show what he can do with that body. But because that body is a body of pure energy, because it's in a state of harmony, he can do anything with that body without effort. On the other extreme, the more we go away from that state of harmony, the more effort, the more difficulty we have in moving the body. The extreme of which is sickness, and so forth and so on.
Speaking of sickness, could you illustrate to us how, if I felt sick, for example, I would think of my body?
Yes, if we feel sick, we can only feel that way if we have the thought, I am sick. Nothing but nothing manifests in this world without a thought prior to it. It is impossible to hold on to a sickness without holding on to the thought of that sickness. And the moment you let go of the thought of that sickness, no matter how severe it is, that sickness is gone. And I'm sure most of us have gone through situations where we were really aching and sick and something came about that took our interest intensely. We forgot about the sickness for a moment and felt fine. Anytime anything comes in that's of much more interest than the sickness, we forget it and the sickness is gone. I believe most of us have had experiences of that sort. The easiest thing in the universe to do is a miracle. And the reason for that is it is effortless. It's only when we get to the point where we can be without effort that miracles happen to us. And because it's effortless, it's the easiest thing to do. And the only reason why we don't do them now is the strong conviction that we cannot. So what we need to do is to let go of all these concepts of limitation. Peel off the covers over this infinite self that we are. Even natives in the South Sea Isles perform these miracles. It doesn't take a master, it doesn't take a godlike person to do a miracle. We know that these natives run over red-hot coals with their bare feet and are not burnt. There are natives that use telepathy to talk from island to island. There is magic used in a negative way. They call it black magic, voodoo, where people are able to kill people mentally. But I should say that no one can do anything to us mentally unless we accept that they can do it to us. If you can convince me that with a thought you can hurt me, and I accept that, then you can. If I don't accept it, there's nothing you can do to me mentally. Now, the reason why natives who have no understanding of truth can use miracles is that each one of us has our base in God. Each one of us is the infinite, limitless being that we are. And therefore anyone can tap that source. But as we grow towards mastership, we become more and more conscious of this. And then we can use this with far more ease and to a much better direction. But I want to get back to the basic point of the evening. To get this realization, we must peel off the thousands and thousands of layers of negative thoughts that we are not a master. All these concepts of limitation are now with us in what we call our subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is nothing but all the thoughts we have that we are not looking at right now. Through necessity, for convenience, we have set up that mechanism of taking all the thoughts we are not interested in at the moment and pushing them to the background, which we call the subconscious mind. But unfortunately, the subconscious mind is active whether we look at it or not, and is effective, and is holding us down, even though we know we want to be totally free. We are not able to move into it immediately because of the accumulation of all these thoughts that we have pushed into the background and called the unconscious mind. Now, the way to undo this, as I said, is start with one habit. Begin breaking that habit tomorrow. When you succeed with that one habit, take another habit. You'll discover that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of habits that we are enslaved to, and that each time we let go of one habit, we are a bit freer. We are one step closer to full freedom. I like this method of habit breaking because there's nothing mysterious about it. It's simple and it's easy. Because ego-wise, we don't like to attack our ego. We don't like to let go of the ego. But we can always take a habit that is a small habit and begin changing it. And the moment we do that, we are doing away with a bit of ego. And therefore, the drive in us for the self becomes a bit stronger. And as we go along with this method, we gain momentum, we gain strength. And then we move into what is called tapas, discipline, where we can start not eating when we're hungry, and then eating when we are not hungry. Not going to sleep when we're tired, and going to sleep when we're wide awake. See, this is a deeper layer of habit that we can attack. To use this method and to suffer under it is wrong. If I am a habitual smoker, and I say, well, I'm not going to smoke, and it just bothers me no end, I would be better off smoking than going through a constant trouble and struggle and negativity of thought, of wanting it and not having it. It would put me down rather than up. But when I start with these small habits of taking a different street, of doing something small, doing away with a small habit, then I find out that I am capable of breaking a habit. And each time I break one habit, it's easier to break the next. And then someday I can attack the smoking habit. I think the one we're on today is the easiest one so far, and is one that everyone can use every day. And if we start today, we are starting with definite steps on a road to freedom. By turning inward, we begin to discover this great being that we are. And then when we discover that and we look outward, we see no difference. There is no difference between in and out when we discover the truth. There's no difference between the spiritual and the material when we discover the absolute truth. It's all one and the same. There's a total elimination of all differences. The top state is a state of non-difference. No differentiation. But again, I repeat, the prime thing we should do is daily do something toward becoming freer, toward letting go of a bit of ego. Where the ego rises not, there is the infinite self. Anytime you're in a state where the ego rises not, what's there is the infinite, limitless, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent being that you are. But daily we must begin to let go of this ego. Daily we should let go of habits. Daily we must become freer and freer until we get to the point where we see these things, that we are this infinite being, and then in one lump sum we drop the whole thing. At first it's a chipping away, doing away with bit by bit, until we get a clear enough sight of who and what we are, so that we use our will to drop the whole thing of limitation. And from that point on, we are eternally free. If I could start with something, tell you my impressions of you. It appears to me that since I was here last time, people seem to have greater, more intense problems. This is for all people in general, not no one in particular.
And also for the majority of people that I was talking with, which is more than what we have here. And just tonight alone, before I came here, I spoke to 5 different people who are not with our group, or they weren't with our group last time either. Now this intensification of problems appears as though people are going backwards, but it isn't true. People are beginning to rise to this state where they can outwardly express themselves, where problems are now coming out into the manifest rather than staying held in the mind. When people are very apathetic, it's difficult for them to express. It's difficult for them to do. And so the problems remain swirling around in their mind, and most of them don't come out in the world. When they get just one step above that, they're still in this apathetic state, which is a very low state, and they're beginning to acquire some of the capability of doing. And then their problems become manifest. And it seems as though the world is falling in on them. But it's actually a state of growth to move up. The world today is in a very low state of beingness. It's usually called the materialistic age. However, at any time, whenever anyone chooses, he moves into the highest state. We don't have to stay at the level that the world is in general. And those of us who are on the path are pulling up out of this general level of the world. Aren't we lucky? To the world, everything is hopeless. They feel helpless. We know there's a way out. No matter how much it hurts, we know there's a way out. We have a hope. And what's the way out? Not looking to the world for happiness. Not looking to people for happiness. But looking for the place where happiness is. And that place is right within us, within our consciousness. It's our natural, inherent state, which we have, through ignorance, undone by imposing concepts of limitation. I need this, I need him, I need her, and if I don't get these things, I have trouble, I am hurt. Growth is only letting go of these concepts of limitation. Or, on the positive side, going within and seeing this unlimited being that we are. Anytime we have trouble, anytime we have a problem, we're trying to be the ego. We're trying to express the self through the limited ego, and it's too small, it gets squeezed and it hurts. So if there is a problem, the thing to do is to ask yourself, what am I doing? Wherein is my ego demanding, seeking, and so forth? If the answer comes, if you see how ego-wise you're causing this so-called problem, you pull the cause up from the subconscious into the conscious, and once it's conscious, you'll naturally let go of it. The reason why one doesn't let go of it is because the thought that initiated the difficulty is subconscious. So either we make the thought conscious and let go of it, or we know strongly enough that we are not this body, this mind, this world. We are the self, and when you feel the self, the feel of the self is nothing but unlimited joy. What more do you want? Now you got everything. Might sound quite indicting when I say any problem, any trouble is ego motivated. But that you'll find is true. When you'll be yourself, there is no problem. There is nothing that will not fall into line perfectly, harmoniously, with no effort. The more ego-motivated we are, the more difficult the world is, the more difficult it is to accomplish something, the less harmony there is, and the greater the misery we have. And it's really as simple as I'm putting it. What's not easy is to let go of these wrong habits of insisting upon being an ego. The habits are strong, they've been well ingrained over millenniums, or maybe hundreds of thousands of years. But all of us on the path are now letting go of these things. And we don't let go easily because of habit that's been there over a long, long period of time. However, the moment we choose to let go of them, we can. If we say we can't let go, it's because we really don't want to. The desire to let go of the misery isn't strong enough. But actually it's as simple as this. Not easy, but simple. But once we accept it, see the simplicity of it, all we need to do is affect it. And no one can do it for us, but we ourselves. You have to let the ego sense go. The ego is, I am an individual Lester, and I have a body, and I can do things. That's wrong. If I am the self, there is no Lester. I have to get Lester out of the way and let self, the God, operate. Actually, you'll move. You'll sort of float through things. But there's no effort. If there's effort, it's ego. Now, of course, you're going to have to use effort because you're not starting off as the fully realized self. When there's no effort, there's no ego. When the effort is extreme, there's extreme ego. And you're going to use effort until you're fully realized. Now there'll be times when you'll use no effort and everything will fall perfectly into line for you. So at times you'll be yourself. Be the witness. Be not the doer. Let it happen. It's God's world. Whatever's happening is good. Be it good or bad. It's the same thing. Whatever's happening in the world is happening in the illusion anyway. What difference does it make whether you have a dream? If the dream is good or bad, it's still a dream. But the reality of you is perfect, all joyous, all glorious, all happy. You're always free if you'll see the truth. There's nothing out there but your consciousness. Everything you see is in your mind, right? Where do you see anything and everything? It's in your mind. Take away that mind, where is everything? It's gone. And you do this when you lay yourself down to sleep. You let go of the mind and this whole physical world drops away. So whatever is out there is your consciousness. So if you set up another person and a problem, that's your consciousness. See the perfection. And that's all there will be. The moment you recognize a problem, you're stuck. All there is a singular oneness throughout. And you are it. That's why I say you can't get rid of a problem. Because if you recognize it, it's real. And the moment we see the real thing, the perfection, there is no problem instantaneously. If we will just be our natural self. But we're trying to be a limited ego. That takes effort. It takes effort to be limited when your natural state is unlimited. And the more you try to be limited, the more effort it takes. But to be your unlimited self, it takes no effort. Just like your friend, when she got to extremes, she let go, and everything was straightened out. No effort. All the time she was trying and trying, things were getting worse and worse. I say, all she had to do was be herself. And if she locked herself in a chamber somewhere with a padlock, the thing would have come to her. You don't sit down and wait. You don't do anything. You just know that everything's perfect. And then the slightest thought you have will come into being immediately. There's no limitations on God the Self. Even if you thought this way on a North Pole, whatever you thought would have to come into being. If you let go, because you're invoking your infinite power. Nothing can stop it. Seeing a problem, trying to be a limited ego, body, mind. If you think you have a problem, you do. If you'll just accept that God is all, God is perfect, that's all there is, and look at perfection, that's all you'll ever meet with. You have to wipe out the word problem, can't, don't, won't, all negative words. In the future, when man is in a state of harmony, all these words will disappear. The higher you go, the more you see the perfection. The more you see problems, the lower you are. What you're talking about is problems. The people who see them want you to be the way they are, will tell you that you're wrong. And this is one thing you have to be on guard against. As you grow, those who are not up to you will try to pull you down to where they are. Now, it's not how much you recognize a problem and say, oh boy, this is a problem. That shows unselfishness. It's how much you love That shows unselfishness. When you love, you're very constructive, whether you're out swinging or not. Just feel love. You don't have to do a thing. You'll be doing more good for the world than all the do-gooders put together who are out there in action. Because thought is far more powerful than action. It's the basis of action. It's the initiator. It comes before it. It determines action. Anytime it's difficult, it's the wrong way. The right way is letting go, letting God, and everything falls into line perfectly. No effort. But what we have to do, it's not God, it's me, the ego, wanting to do, to change things, correct this world, and so forth. Whatever will help you to do and be what you think you should do and be.
That's what I want to know.
To know who and what you are is the very best thing. There's been moments when you let go and felt your real self. How does it feel? You're infinite, omniscient, omnipotent, right here and now. Be that. Stop being this limited, miserable Jim. You want to help the world, help yourself. The more you're capable of loving, the more you're helping the world. Consciousness determines everything. That's all there is out there, it's consciousness. What happens to us individually is our consciousness. We don't like what's happening to us in the world, all we have to do is change our consciousness. And the whole world out there is different. What do you think of that statement that thou art that, you are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent? Just stop being what you're not. A body, mind, a limited being. So simple. You know, there's no solution to problems in the world. You go on forever and ever solving problems in the world, and you'll have more and more and more. As long as you recognize problems, they exist. The thing that makes you let go of problems is the severity of problems. What we do is we stick our hand in a fire and we say, ouch, it's hot, my hand is burning, boy, do I have a problem. I come along, I say, why stick your hand in the fire? That's all. If you have a problem, you're putting your hand into a problem and yelling it hurts. And acting as though you're not putting your hand into it. You act as though you're not doing it. But that problem is only in your consciousness. It's in your mind. Change your mind, change your consciousness, and immediately the world out there is changed. Try it and you'll see that it's so. I made a statement that I would try to give you the key to maintaining a constant happiness so that you don't nosedive. I was aware that several individuals were diving and not coming up, which I guess is one of the reasons why I didn't get here. You see, when you're down and you think, oh, things are terrible and you're frantic, I couldn't communicate with you very easily. Also,
if I came here and you got this lift and got out of it, you would say that I did it, which develops a dependency relationship, which isn't good. You're infinite. You can do anything and everything you want. You can have, be, or do whatever you will or desire. And when the disturbance lasts long enough, you get fed up with it and you let it go anyway. Then you do it, see, and it's much, much better when you do it, and you don't need someone else to lean upon. But I kind of felt that what the group would like to know at that time was how to maintain this happiness. Why don't we have it all the time? We should. And so I thought I'd try to give you the understanding or the key to the understanding that'll help you develop happiness that lasts. All right, now this is the key. When you understand, or when you know what happiness is, then you're able to establish happiness more and more until it's all the time. But the key is knowing, what is this thing, happiness? When you know what it is, you look for it where it is, rather than look for it where it isn't. Looking for happiness where it isn't is what gives you misery. Looking for happiness where it isn't is what causes you to nosedive. Is there any question on that, what I've said so far? The key is knowing what happiness is so that you can go directly for it. Not recognizing what happiness is makes it difficult to establish it permanently. What is happiness? Well, to most people, they call it pleasure, and what it actually is escape from pain. What most people call happiness today is they're getting away from their pain. Escape, entertainment. They cannot stand being with themselves, with their own thoughts. They have to run to a movie, a nightclub, to visit someone, just to get some action going so that they are not alone with their own thoughts. When their mind is taken away from their own thoughts, they feel better, and they call that happiness. All entertainment is actually that. Although when you become free, you can enjoy entertainment far more than before, but you need none of it because you're happy. Now, the happiness I'm going to talk about is not the escape from misery kind of happiness. It's the joy that results from being your real self. The more we are our real self, the more joyous we feel. Now, this joy is accomplished not by the thing or the person out there whom we associate with the joy, but it's accomplished by satisfying the desire for, or the thoughts wanting to acquire this person or thing. We quiet those thoughts, and the quieter the mind is, the more the self can shine forth. But this is something you've got to see in your own mind, that the quieter you get your mind,
the more joyous you are, the happier you are. It's good to play with this, experiment with it until you see it. That whatever that joy was, it always resulted in quieting of the mind. And then you feel happy. Then you begin to let go of attaching that happiness to people and things. You begin to see that the joy is only your very own self coming out more. But then when you see what this happiness is, you're not going to look for it where it isn't. And you reach the place where you need no one and no thing to be happy. You just are happy all the time. Is there any question on that? I guess intellectually it's seen by everyone, whether you see it through your own mind's eye or not. You should have it at first intellectually, then experiment with it, test it out, and you'll discover that this is so, that every time you feel happy, your mind is at ease. And that what you attributed to the person or thing outside of you was something going on within you, the quieting of your mind, so that your real self could shine forth more. Then when you see this, you won't bog down anymore, because the moment you become unhappy, you'll know just where to go to reestablish the happiness. First, recognizing that the happiness is not the person or the thing, but the quieting of the thoughts of desire for the person or thing, which allows you to just be more. When your mind is on things out there, you're not being. You're involved with externals. But I say the key is seeing just that point. That your happiness is the quieting of your mind through the satisfying of desires which stills thoughts for the thing. When you actually see that in your own mind, you can do it directly. You can let go of those thoughts without achieving the person or the thing, and immediately you're happy. But the overall thing is that you'll move toward happiness where it really is, in you, not in the externals. And in that way you establish a state of happiness that is continuous. Again, I say each one has to realize this for himself or herself. But when he or she does, then happiness can be made permanent. Because then you look for happiness where it is, and you stop looking for it where it isn't. There is no happiness in people or things. Happiness is our basic nature. Happiness is our very beingness. And when we are only being, we are infinitely happy. When we are only being and nothing else, we are infinitely happy. It's knowing your infinite beingness that is eternal, it never changes, and that this whole world cannot touch you. It's just a fiction, a dream, and you move through life with no attachments and no aversions. Then no one and no thing can disturb you. And you have this infinite peace and joy that's constant. Now, the only difference between a fully realized individual living in the world and one who is not is their attitude toward everything.
Right.
An unrealized person identifies with a single limited body-mind. A realized person identifies with everything, every being, every atom.
Therefore, getting joy out of everything that happens.
No, your very nature is joy. You don't get it out of everything that happens. Your basic nature is unlimited joy. This is your natural state.
Therefore,
As long as you don't hinge it onto a person or a thing, it's there all the time. But if you say you can't have joy unless I do something, you limit your joy.
yes, I see.
The natural state is unlimited joy. This is the real natural state. The natural state is being infinite. And we superimpose over that thing all these ideas of limitation, of needs, attachments, aversions, which block out this infinite joy that is natural. I thought maybe a summary of what we've been through, where we're going, and what there is at the end might be a good idea for the last talk of this series. I really don't know how we started, at what point, but the way I like to look at it is that everyone is seeking happiness, full and complete, with no taint of sorrow. That happiness is our very own basic natural nature, which I call the self with a capital S. And because it's our basic natural nature, is the reason why everyone is seeking happiness. And in the end, we see that happiness with a capital H, God with a capital G, turns out to be the same thing. The mistake we all make is that we look for this happiness in people and in things. And it is not in people or things. The happiness or the pleasure that we feel is the eliminating of the pain of the desire for something. This desire is an original lack which we assumed. Being infinite beings, we never had any lack. We assume this lack, we create a desire for it. When the desire is fulfilled, our thoughts stop, and when our mind is still, our basic nature, the self, shines forth. The little things I've been saying and trying to accomplish have been trying to get you to see this yourself. Nothing should be accepted that I say nor that anyone else says until you can prove it out for yourself. The uniqueness of this science, which is a science, someday you'll see it's the science of all sciences, is that this is a subjective science. We have to seek it within. We can't put it out on the table in front of us and examine it. We can only examine it within our own mind, within our own being. Also, the intellect does not avail it to us. The intellect can get us in the right direction to find it. And the right direction is
by stilling the mind and by experiencing this truth, this knowledge. So only by experience can we get to know this. It is good in our daily life to be not the doer, be not the agent, just be the witness. It is not I but the Father who worketh through me attitude, which several in this group already have, is the main conduct of life that we should strive for. The more we become the witness in life, the more we become non-attached to the body, the more we become our real self. So there's two things I'm suggesting. One is the quest, who am I? And the second is, in life itself, be not the doer, be the witness. Let things happen. Allow it to be. Because that's the way we are in the final top state. And the best behavior in life is that which is characteristic of the top state. There are many other things which I'm sure you're aware of humbleness and so forth, goodness, kindness, honesty. All these things help. But the greatest aid is be not the doer, be the witness. All right, now when the self of us presents itself to us, it's a tremendous experience. It's a very difficult one to contain. We feel as though we're going to burst because we recognize our omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. But just seeing it once doesn't establish us in that state. However, once experiencing it, you'll never let go until you reestablish it. So you'll continue to try, and we should continue to try to get back into that state. The next time it'll last a bit longer. Third time, still longer. Until finally, we are in it 24 hours a day. When we attain this top state, we are not zombies, but we are all-knowing, everywhere present, everything falling perfectly into line without us. We move in the world just like anyone else moves, but the difference is we see the world entirely different from the way everyone else sees it. We see our body as our body, and we see every other body equally as our body. Every animal as we. Everything. Now that seeing everything as I gives us that singular oneness throughout the universe, which is called God or the Self. We see our own body moving through life almost like an automaton. We sort of let it go its way. And since we are not that body, nothing that happens to that body can affect us. Even if we're crushed, disintegrated, it wouldn't mean a thing to us, because we are fully knowing that we are not that body. We know our eternal beingness. So one who has attained the top state is difficult to distinguish from anyone else. He'll go through the same procedures of life, whatever he was doing before, he might continue to do. But his outlook on life is entirely different. He's completely egoless. He has no concern for his own body. He is interested more in others than he is in himself. He is interested in all humanity. Whatever he does has absolutely no ego motivation. His body will continue to live its normal span in the eyes of those who are not fully understanding, and usually goes out the same way most bodies go out, via so-called death and coffin. But the one who was originally connected with that body never sees any of this death. He sees this entire world as an illusion that was created mentally, just as we create scenes, cities, and worlds in our night dreams. And when we awaken, we realize there never was such a thing. In the same way, when we awaken from this waking state, we see that the whole thing was a dream and never really was. That the only thing that ever was the absolute reality, infinite, all-perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipresent. Any questions on this?
Do not be the doer. Don't you plan? Don't you do everything normally? Or sit back?
No, the right way is not to plan because everything's perfect. Let it happen. You'll be guided intuitively. Instead of planning up here, at the right moment, from moment to moment, you will do the exactly right thing. Perfectly.
There is a situation where somebody might take a position of that kind when he hasn't really felt it, and, for example, saying, "Oh, I'll just wait. I'll stay in bed until I'm moved." In the meantime, his rent isn't paid.
So, he'll have to move. If we assume that we are there, and we are not, we are soon awakened to the fact that we are not there. Bob, I'm putting out the top state now, the perfect state, where everything is in absolute harmony every moment. Then you never think, except this very moment. And at this very moment, you know from within just what is the right thing for you to do. So you're guided intuitively each and every moment, and everything falls perfectly into line. All right, now if you're not there, of course you have to think. You have to plan. But this is the goal to strive for, the one that I'm speaking about. This is the top state. You're there, you don't have to plan, you can instantly materialize a palace of gold.
Well, in practice, then, it's probably in the beginning a combination of the two, where things go very easily, and then sometimes you have a hump in which you plan. You plan it out, and then other things. I suppose that would be the gradual development.
Use that which is available to you now. If we are in a thinking realm, of course, we have to think. But strive for this top realm. And striving for it, we will sooner or later attain it.
Would that be the difference between doing by thought or doing by knowing?
Definitely, yes. In the top state, you do by knowing. You just know from moment to moment. It just feels like, I know it. That's just the way it feels. There's no thinking to it. I know it.
But I know from my own experience, I slip back and plan. But sometimes that plan comes very easily and quickly to me, and other times I have to struggle like the devil to work it out step by step, and I don't know what's going to happen. And other times I just lay out a plan and I know what's going to happen, but I still lay the plan out, but I know what's going to happen, and I have no difficulty with it. This is what happens to me.
The word know, as you use it, is the key. You know how that word feels when you say, I know it. There's no doubt, not one iota of doubt there. And it happens. That's the key. That's the realm of knowingness. Make that all the time. Keep working for it until it comes. The quickness in which we attain this is determined by the intensity of the desire for it. The more we desire this top state, the sooner it comes. Everyone makes it eventually. I'm convinced the majority of people on Earth today will probably take 2 million years, even more. But any one of us who are consciously seeking the way out can do it this lifetime. The so-called grace of God is always there also. All those who have made the top grade before us, with their consciousness of perfection being radiated to us, we have tremendous grace being actually pushed our way all the time. However, they have no right to impose themselves. We have to open ourselves to it in order to receive it. We need this grace because of the state of affairs today. Man is relatively low. We are very strongly convinced that we are a limited body, and by long habit we are trying to hold on to it. So it's not easy to let go of this body. And because of that, we need the grace of the great ones who, in our eyes, have passed on, but in their eyes, they're still here. When we recognize that they're still here, we can see them and talk to them the way we talk to each other. Or if we accept them partially, we can talk to them in sort of a dream or a vision, or see them in the way in which they're transparent, you can see through them. But the way we meet with them is determined by our acceptance of them. If any one of us believed that we could go down to a restaurant here and have a cup of coffee with Jesus, the way you believe you could do it with me, if you had that much acceptance, then you could do it. Now, some of us know that he came into this room several times. He gave a sign proportionate to our degree of acceptance. If he were to suddenly appear in the room, it would be too much for most of us to accept. Therefore, he doesn't. But the way he comes to us is determined by our acceptance of him. He gave signs here. He gave signs to some people here, and I don't think they even recognized that he gave a sign. But all the signs were not, say, like me touching you on the shoulder if I came over and touched you. It wasn't that way. But that's only because you can't accept that that could happen with him. The point I'm trying to make now is that we should open ourselves to the help of the great masters. Jesus wants to see each and every one of us know our perfection. He can't force it upon us. But his hand is always extended. It's good to keep this in mind. Then we open ourselves more to the help.
do we request and receive this help? We have to do something, you say.
We have to be accepting of Jesus as being alive, just as much as we are, capable of meeting with you the way we meet with you. Then it can happen. We have to be open to the help. The help is always being sent to us.
Are there words to say, thoughts to carry?
Yes. But I can't give them to you. That's up to you. See, I give you the general principle, acceptance of him, the way he is. Don't expect him to be not Christly, because he won't be that. However, he can appear as a very humble human being in form. Being omnipresent, at any moment he can appear to anyone and speak with them.
So he will be as Christ. It won't be in disguise, will he? The beggar at the door, or...
No.
Oh, I didn't think so. But...
The only disguise is the one that we put on him. He will never disguise himself. He wants to be recognized as Christ. And when I use the word Christ, I mean the principal Christ. That's not his name. His name is Jesus, the Christ. The man Jesus had the Christ consciousness. We have to accept him in his consciousness, which is extreme humility, simplicity, no Hollywood glamour.
The divine humility.
Yes, the greatest humility is through surrender. Not I, but thou. It is not I, the Father who worketh through me. Everything I do is God's work. I am not doing it. It's surrender of the ego. The ego being the sense of individuality. You've got to surrender yourself as an individual. And that's complete humility.
Surrender yourself as an individual. How about the other person? Does that matter? Saying, I think we mentioned once before, the other person we recognize as ourselves and we treat as though we're the same. But who is this other person and who am I? Why the humility when we have all power?
From where you stand now, the other person should not concern you. The only thing that should concern us is what we do. It matters not what your attitude is toward me. You could hate me with every cell in your body. But it's of extreme importance what my attitude is toward you. Why you're hating me. I should love you fully and completely. Then you'll understand the answer to all questions. See, when you separate and then ask what's up here, it just doesn't fit. But when we love and only love, we are using the most formidable power in the universe. No one and no thing can harm us. We can never ever be hurt, unhappy, if we would only just love without any hate. You can never be hurt when you love. Now this is in the sense that the love is full, complete. It's divine love. It's just love with not one bit of hate in it. Turning the other cheek. giving the pants to match, loving your enemy. That's the kind of love it takes. And that's the way we all are, naturally, before we distorted this thing.
And love is understanding.
When you love, you understand the other one fully. It's understanding, it's identifying with the other one, being the other one. Coming down a step, it's wanting the other one to have what the other one wants, loving the other one the way the other one is.
And who's our enemy?
In reality, we have only one enemy, that's ourselves. No one can do anything to us. No one can do anything for us. Someday you'll see this, that we, in our consciousness, determine everything that happens to us.
And that's our idea of ourselves that is our,
Right.
which is incorrect.
Which could be made better. Yes.
When you say understanding, do you mean understanding in a logical sense of understanding the things that move them, or do you mean understanding in an acceptance of them without question of the reasons they're doing things as good or bad, just acceptance of whatever they are in an entirety?
Yeah, it's acceptance in an entirety, but the real understanding requires knowledge of what the universe and the world is. When we see someone doing wrong, we have to know that this is a God being misguided. He's looking for God in the wrong place when he's doing wrong. Am I making sense?
Yes.
That's the understanding.
Which in his mind would be happiness.
He's looking for happiness the way he sees it. Even a Hitler, in his mind, is doing right, and therefore should not be hated, but should be loved, wanting him to be what his real basic nature is. Now, this doesn't mean approving of his program. It doesn't. But whether we approve or not of his program, loving and hating are two different things than approving of a program. So we love everyone, see them as misguided beings. You know, forgive them for they know not what they do. They're like children, misguided.
Program on a chart is separateness. The very first program we put in is wanting to be separate from the one, from the oneness. The oneness is our beingness. It's omnipresent. Right now, your beingness is everywhere present. We start cutting ourselves off from it by saying, I'm going to be separate from it, and we put a circle around ourselves to encase our beingness into a thing called mind-body. Our beingness sets up a mind which imagines it's a body. So everything you do, and will keep on doing until you reach freedom, is to undo that feeling of separateness. On the chain of separateness comes mind, body,
and everything to do with the body, other bodies, mama, papa, children, husband, wife. It gets more and more involved as you move out from the top state of oneness of beingness. But this beingness that you are is always there. There's nothing more intimate than this infinite beingness that you are. When you say I, that's it. When you add on to it, that isn't it. That's what you need to let go of. You just say I from here on, you'll be there. But the moment you add something onto it, I am this body, or I am this mind, or I and, that's not it. You're separating, you're imaging in your mind more than the oneness. And the more you image, the further away you are from that top state of just being. Because you're being the body, you're being the mind, you're being the husband, you're being the wife, you're being the child, you're being the friend. Then in being the body, you're being involved in everything to survive, keep that body surviving. But there's one thing you can't let go of. That's the word being. That's the part of you that has no limitation. That's the part of you that you're looking for in every last act you do. You're unhappy because you're not just being. Unhappiness is just moving away from beingness. So the more you try to be a body, the greater your unhappiness. There is no misery in life when we let go of identifying with the body and just to identify with our beingness. Are you? Sure you are. That's it, period. Nothing else. That's it. You see the KISS theory? It's so simple. How do you get rid of all the obstaculations? Ag flap, that's all it is. These programs put into the banks of the mind keep operating until we release them. You get these programs out of the mind goes quiet, and your beingness is so loud you cannot help but be self-obvious to yourself as to what you are. Truth, reality, is that which never changes. And there's only one thing that never changes: the reality, the truth, our beingness. So we start from our beingness. We create a mind. The mind reflects all the parts. The mind creates all matter. And when you get involved in matter, everything matters. And you're just plagued by a bunch of nonsense. So we need to start going back up the chart, ridding ourselves of all these unconscious, deep programs, ag flap and so forth. I'm back at the point that I started with when I first spoke to you. Identify where you are, where you're going, what it is that needs to be done to get there. Does an infinite being have to work for a living? Do the free ones have jobs?
let go of the importance of work. Of course, you've got to do that which you have to do. Otherwise, your program says, I will die. You need this carcass to plague you until you get back up to the top. The only purpose for being in this world is to discover our freedom. The only purpose to come here is to get rid of all the limitations. And where are the limitations? In the mind. I'm afraid I can't, I'm guilty, I don't deserve it, I'm angry, I'm apathy, The whole purpose of being here is to rid ourselves of all these mentations that are deeply programmed and are the accumulation of many, many millions of years, millions of lifetimes. And yet, when you're released at the bottom line, you can go free in a matter of months. Getting it constant gets you there. The momentum, like you're into now, you're able to release. As you release, you get high. From the high place, you can reach down deep and pull up the fear of dying. When you're free of that fear of dying, there'll be a much stronger agony, the feeling of separation. But because you've released so much, when you've let go of the fear of dying, you can handle it. And you throw out the feeling of separation. And you're there with a capital T. Now you must take responsibility to rid yourself of that which you have accumulated over the millions of years. If you don't take responsibility, you have programmed in those things and you're saying, I've got no responsibility, I have nothing to do with it, so it remains. It's so important for you to take responsibility. And when something bad happens, say, gee, look what I did. Cause it smash up. It takes an ability to do that. But if you take credit for the things you create that you don't like, it keeps you in the driver's seat. It keeps you in control. And as we know, control is not a bad word, not a bad thing. The want of it is. When we're free, we're in total control of the universe by mere effortless thought. When you're free, your mind is quiet. There are no thoughts there. So any thought you put in the mind is so concentrated, it happens like that. Your mind is plagued with probably tens of thousands of thoughts right now, all tied into the ag flap. So when your mind goes quiet, it's concentrated, and any mere thought happens immediately. It's such an effortless thought. That word effort is a good word to judge yourself by, check yourself by. To the degree you have no effort in life, to that degree you are free. You don't realize how ridiculous you look scratching for a living. Mm-hmm. It's such a... Well, I won't say. But you must get to the place where you master the world. Because if you're not winning, if you're not a winner, you have anti-programs. I can't be a winner. You must become a winner. You must achieve your goals so that you can bring up the anti-winning, the anti-goals, and rid yourself of them. The aversions to the world are stronger and far more subtle than the attachments. So when you go to be a winner, when you go for goals, up come your aversions. And you need to become a winner. Just to get the garbage up and out.
What did you say that your aversions were stronger?
Your aversions are stronger and more subtle than your attachments. Your attachments are obvious. I want this, and I want that, and I want money, and I want beauty, and those are obvious. But the things you don't want, you don't look at. And that develops resistance, suppression, and resistance. So goals are very important on your way to becoming a winner. I hate to bother someone in bliss over there, Mr. Arona. Do you still run your goal charts? Are you in as good a position as you used to be when you were running them? What you're doing is you let up on releasing the blocks to being a winner. You've got to be a total winner in life. Think and have it happen. If I remember right, you wrote a goal for an important part in a Broadway show. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I saw you in a terrific part, really fighting your way through. What was the name of it? Knockout. And you were a knockout in it. I think during that time, didn't you write a goal to get an important part in a Hollywood movie? Didn't you get a part in Cruising? And during that time, didn't you write another goal, 6 figures, to make 6 figures?
Yeah.
And you got it? And then your goal was to buy everything I wanted, sports car, home in the Hamptons, da-da-da-da-da-da, and you got it. Then what happened? I didn't need any goal charts. I got a cigar in my mouth. I'm a big shot. I'm not picking on you. That was the time when you could have really made a big forward spurt. And I invited you, said, why don't you join us? You didn't want to. You were above the Sedona graduates at that time, remember? It was pride. But the important thing, you stopped making goals.
Stop staying focused, General. And the other thing that I did was that when I stopped working, was I forgot how I did what it was that I did. And I put limitations on what I wanted, rather than accepting it from wherever it came. And I just kind of, I put limitations on it rather than left it open.
The word is I stopped. That's all. You stopped. You take the 6 steps. There's no stopping in the 6 steps. You said to me, oh, after I got it, I'm just releasing constantly. And you were as giddy as could be. Remember? You were into step 6. Nothing knocked you down. If it hit you, you just kept moving up. Had you stayed right there, you would have been totally free. In a month or so after you spoke to me that time. But you stopped.
you wanted things of the world at that moment, you forgot it was your inner happiness that was so great, not the things of the world. Because when you got one, the Broadway show, that wasn't good enough. You got two, the movie, that wasn't good enough. You got three, six figures, that wasn't good enough. It's all right, keep on winning, but get to the place where you can think and have things happen. Try to transcend having to work for a living. That's for slaves. That's not for free people. I'm sure most of you have created things for the mere thoughts of them. Now, if you can do it for one thing, do it for everything. There comes in a yes, but. And that yes, but is a remaining ag flap. So use your goal charts. Get rid of the ag flap. And move into the state of just being your beingness. You move around. You might have a silly smile on your face, but you can learn how to wipe that off. You won't disappear. The only thing that changes is, I am me. That body is a creation of my mind. The mind is something I set up. I am whole, complete, eternal in my beingness. And the body becomes of little importance once you recognize you created it mentally, and that you have used it to help sink yourself down into limitations of the body. I guess what I'm saying is, don't get frightened over going free. All your programs were put in as pro-survival. Every bit of them is anti-survival. Feed that to that mind of yours. Every bit of every program which was put in as pro-survival is anti-survival. This ought to help you let go of the fear, I will die if I go free. You're there right now. But what stopped you is what I was talking about. Fear of losing what you have now. You never lose. You never give up anything as you get freer. You'll take on more and more and more. Correction, you lose your miserable toys, your miseries. But when you go free, you'll walk around in a body. You'll eat, you'll talk, and you don't have to die. You can keep the body going indefinitely. So let go of the fears. If I go free, I will die. I think this is probably the number one holdback for all of us. I will die if I go free. These feelings are going to keep me surviving. They are my protection. I'll get angry and I'll swing at them. Or I'll get courageous and wipe them out. Look into your feelings. Examine them. Identify exactly what they are. They are pro-survival, but actually, in effect, anti-survival. We all have that feeling, I will die if I go free. All you die to is the miseries. You take the great ones. Did Buddha disappear when he got free? I think he went back to being prince or king, did he not? Did Jesus die? Yeah, but he used it to prove immortality. He came back in 3 days. And he's still around. So is Buddha. Yogananda was a free one. Look what he did. Came over from India and set up a huge organization. Ran it all by himself. And when he left in 52, I met his disciples, I think it was 54. They were still totally bewildered, not knowing what to do, because Yogananda did everything in the organization. They were paralyzed for several years because he was doing everything. Now, he was a free one. Look what he did. Got 3 gorgeous properties. Set them up. Got tens of thousands of followers. It's an interesting story on his body. I met his disciples. 2 different ones told me about it. He had sick feet. He couldn't stand on them. They hurt. And one day he had to give a talk at their headquarters out in the open. Probably 1,000 or a few thousand people there. They carried him into the car. He couldn't walk. When he got there, the people were there. And when they got ready to carry him out, he said, "Oh no, not in front of people." He got out of the car on his own, and he walked up to the platform. Marinolini is the name of the sister who told me about it. She said, she looked at him and she noticed his feet were not touching the ground because they hurt. He levitated up to the platform. No one knew it, except she and the disciples around him who had to carry him into the car. Now, I tell you that to not try to judge a free one by what he's doing. You pick on, well, someone said I took some vitamins. Oh, wonderful. What's wrong with vitamins? I sleep. I eat. So what? The question is, do I have to? And the only reason why the great ones live like we do is because we can't comprehend them if they don't. They come down into our limitations, so they can't communicate with us. But like Yogananda, he had sick feet and he had to walk. He didn't want to show it to the public, so he levitated. But I think the real reason why most of the masters are quite sick at times. Vivekananda, all his life, had a terrible body, excruciating pains. They do it as a reminder to them that they are not that body. Because they don't suffer the body, no matter how much it hurts. They'll laugh, the body's hurting. It doesn't bother them. They don't identify with it. They identify with their beingness. Beingness cannot hurt. You can do the same thing. But try to get rid of, I will die if I go free. That's what Michael went through, right, Michael? You'd lose everything. Everything's gone. It isn't. When you're free for the mere thought, you can have anything. I'm telling you, you could have 100 bodies and talk to 100 different people at the same time because there are no limitations. And if you read the autobiography of a yogi, several of the masters, after they died, came back. Yukteswar was one of them. He spoke to 4 people, 10 o'clock the next morning, in a physical body at the same time. There are no limitations when we are free. We're trying to propagandize you into letting go of fear of dying, of the fact that if I go free, I'm finished. It's just the opposite. You've got to watch that tricky mind of yours. It keeps you down in the dumps. You shouldn't have to work for a living. You're an infinite being. There are other worlds where people never curse in the work for a living. Nature supplies an overabundance of everything for the mere thought of it. In fact, as I said last time, there's nothing out there but the outpicturing of your mind. If you picture slavery, you're a slave. If you picture freedom, everything comes to you without effort. Stop wasting time on the body. It creates karma. And karma is a harmer. You can never rid yourself of karma because to every act there's an opposite and equal act. That's the first law in physics. But it applies to us. As you're trying to work out karma, you're creating karma for the future. It's impossible to work out karma. But what you can do is transcend it. See what you are, and there is no karma. More specifically, karma is programs. And basic programs are feelings, and the most basic program is a feeling of separation.
Whether we are aware of it or not, everyone is controlling matter all the time. Whether one wants to be a demonstrator or not, he is. It is impossible to not be a creator all the time. Everyone is creating every day. We're not aware of it because we just don't look at it. Every thought, every single thought materializes in the physical world. It's impossible to have a thought that will not materialize except that we reverse it. If we say the opposite right after we have a thought with equal strength, we just neutralize it. But any thought not reversed or neutralized will materialize in the future, if not immediately. So this thing of demonstration that we're all trying so hard to do, we're doing all the time. Unaware of the fact that we're doing it. All we need to do is to consciously direct it, and that we call demonstration. Everything that everyone has in life is a demonstration. It couldn't come into your experience had you not had a thought of it at some time prior.
you want to know what your sum total thinkingness is, it's exactly determined by what's around you, what you have. That's your demonstration. If you like it, you may hold it. If you don't, start changing your thinking. Concentrate it in the direction that you really want. Until those thoughts become predominant, and whatever those thoughts are will materialize in the world. And when you begin to demonstrate consciously small things, you may then realize that the only reason why they're small is because you don't dare to think big. That the exact same rule or principle applies to demonstrating a penny that applies to demonstrating $1 billion. The mind sets the size. Anyone who can demonstrate $1 can demonstrate $1 million. Businessmen. Become aware of the way you're demonstrating the $1 bill, and just put 6 zeros after it next time. Take on the consciousness of the million rather than the $1 bill. This relates to what I have been saying, that there's no difference between the spiritual and the material when you see it. The material being just a out-projecting of our minds into what we call the universe and the world and many bodies. And when we see that it's just an out-projecting of our mind, it's just a picture out there that we have created, we can very easily change it instantly. So to repeat, everyone is demonstrating, creating, every moment that he or she is thinking. You have no choice. You are a creator. So long as you have a mind and think. To get beyond creation, we must go beyond the mind. And just behind the mind is the realm of all knowingness, where there's no need for creation. There's a higher state than creation. It's the state of isness, of beingness, sometimes called awareness, beingness, consciousness. That's just behind the mind. That's beyond creation. The mind finds it very difficult to imagine what it's like beyond creation, because the mind is involved primarily in creation, in creating. It's the creating instrument of the universe and everything that happens in the world, in the universe. So if you take this thing called mind, which is only a creator, and try to imagine what it is like beyond creation, it's impossible. The mind will never know God, because you have to go just above the mind to know God, to know the infinite being that we are.
to know what it's like beyond creation. The final state is beyond creation. The ultimate state is the changeless state. In creation, everything is constantly changing. Therefore, in creation, the ultimate truth is not there. So, to demonstrate what one wants, one needs to become aware of the fact that all we need to do is to think only of the things we want. And that is all that we would get if we would do just that. Only think of the things you want, and that's what you'll be getting all the time. Because the mind is only creative. Nice and easy, isn't it? Also, take credit for all the things you create that you don't like. And just say, oh, look what I did. Because when you become aware that you've created things you don't like, you're still in a position of creator. And if you don't like it, all you have to do is turn it upside down and you'll like it. All we need to do is to let go of our concepts of limitation. And what's left over is the natural, infinite, unlimited being. Sometimes this subject is called truth, sometimes God, metaphysics, but actually it's the subject that every human being, whether he's aware of it or not, is trying to learn. And that's why I like the word happiness instead of God, infinity, truth. This thing called happiness is the very nature of this unlimited being. And every time we're happy, we're allowing a bit more of this unlimited being to express itself, to come out. Or we're cutting off a certain amount of limitation of that infinite being. And then we say, I am happy. There is no happiness that isn't a feeling of your real inner self. That's what it is. Therefore, I call the subject sometimes happiness, that the goal is to attain a continuous happiness with absolutely no sorrow whatsoever. When I define the word truth, I say truth is that which never changes. This constant state of happiness never changes. And as I said before, I'd like to make this practical. What is it that never changes? Beingness just bees, it doesn't change. Existence just exists, it doesn't change. So truth is beingness. But it's beingness being all beingness. It's the very beingness that you are when you use the word I, with nothing added to it, just the word I, that feeling of I. That's your beingness. That's infinite, that's unlimited. Until you put concepts of limitation over it and hide it. So the top goal is beingness, being all beingness. When we
recognize that you are me, or that I am you, I am all beings, as you let go of the concepts of limitation, this thing comes about naturally. Another thing that doesn't change is awareness that is aware of all awareness. That's the ultimate, can't change anymore. Consciousness, conscious of all consciousness. See, this infinite being, which some people call God, we are experiencing all the time, every moment, by just experiencing our beingness. But we limit it to this body and this mind. But that beingness is actually infinite. That awareness is infinite. And all we need to do is let go of the concepts that limit it. Now, the first major wrong step we make is to say, I am an individual separate from all beingness. Then we have to create an instrument to be separate with, and that's the mind. The mind reflects back to us as much as this infinite beingness as we want it to. That reflection is cut more and more the more we take on concepts of limitation. We cannot grow into this infinite being because we are that here and now. But we can let go of all concepts to the contrary. Now, the reason why some of you have been so happy for a short period of time and then all of a sudden it seems as though the sky fell in is only because you were able to perceive this infinite being that you are. But you weren't able to keep out all the accumulated concepts of limitation from the past that prop up every now and then. Every time a concept of limitation comes up, you're not infinite anymore, and you're miserable. Unhappiness is a restriction upon being totally free, unlimited. So these patterns of thought from the past, they're tendencies, predispositions now. They prop up even after we've seen very deeply this inner being that we are. So what we need to do is to keep throwing off these limitations as they crop up until there are no more. Then what's left is the infinite being that we are. But the thing to do is to keep throwing them out until there are no more. Now, some of us have been accumulating these things for tens of thousands of years. So they die hard. They don't go very easily. However, being unlimited, infinite beings, by sheer power of will, a few people can, just like that, throw them all out. It happens occasionally. Oh, maybe a few dozen people each generation do it in the entire world. They are the so-called masters. They recognize that they are not limited by the body-mind. They consciously exit their body when they die, which allows them to come back in a body or not to come back in a body as they choose. The great leaders, the great spiritual leaders, are those who have chosen to come back in a body. They didn't have to come back. The rest of us must come back by force of habit. We have a desire for things here, and so we come back here. Desire is the only thing that keeps us coming back to this state of life, which is the most difficult possible state to any being, is the state we're in now. But as I've said, because of that, it affords the greatest of growth. It's the postgraduate course. We pass this course, we get our wings, our degrees. So even though it's extremely difficult, it's a tremendous advantage to be here. Although it doesn't look that way until you understand this. It looks more like a hell than a heaven. That's because of limitations self-imposed in the past that have now been relegated to the unconscious part of us. We've put it in back of the mind where we don't see it for the moment. But all those concepts of limitation are there and are effective and keep us confined, pressed down, bottled. And consciously we want to be free, freer than a bird. And so there's a conflict between this conscious desire to be free and the unconscious concepts of limitation. And you feel unhappy. You don't see it because it's unconscious. There's two ways of licking that. One is make the unconscious conscious, and when you see it, throw it out. There's an easier, faster, better way by getting quiet, by turning your mind within yourself, asking, who am I? What am I? What's this world? What's my relationship to it? If you will stick with those questions, you will see this infinite being that you are. It's not easy because of the habit that's been going on for millenniums. It takes a tremendous desire for this truth or whatever we're seeking to accomplish it. Most of us get the desire from being beaten so hard by the world we finally get up enough gumption to want this. And then when it begins to make your life happier, then you want it because you know this is it. There's no top limit to happiness, to joy. And when you experience some of this joy gotten from going within, you will always want to re-establish that very happy state, which is the natural state. No matter how much you'll get away from it, sooner or later, you'll be back on a path trying to establish the constancy of this happiness. The basic law in this universe is harmony. God is absolute harmony. When we are in tune with the universe, our life is completely harmonious. No effort is required to do anything. Everything falls perfectly into line. When we see God as all, and we know God is harmony, Everything is in harmony right now. And to the degree we accept that is the quickness thereof. Another way of putting that, I guess, is to see God in everything, in everyone, everywhere. God is beauty, harmony, rightness, everything good. And accept that. And then allow this God principle to arrange things for you. We have to get our little selves out of the way. This sense of egoity, I am an individual, separate, and I've got to do things, is what makes all problems. The moment we let go of that sense of egoism, let it be God's world. Let God do it. He knows how. When we do that, everything falls into line. Can be a court trial, can be anything. Can be a sick body. The moment we accept that principle, everything harmonizes. Radical reliance upon God will do it. Let go and let God. I moved unusually fast because either I got the answers or I was finished. But the method I used happened to be the very highest possible method. Who am I? That was the driving question. Who am I? What am I? I was so determined, my mind was concentrated. And when your mind is concentrated, the answers are there. A concentrated mind is a mind that keeps out extraneous thoughts, holds only the thing you're interested in. And when you do that, the answer comes. Thoughts will come in. When a thought comes in, say, to whom is this thought? Well, the thought's to me. Well, who am I? And you're back on a track again. In this manner, you can keep knocking out these thoughts. If you'll continue that, you'll reach a place where the thoughts don't come in anymore and you're free of thoughts. Many of us have experienced it for a certain length of time. It's a feeling of complete at-oneness with everything. It's a feeling of no otherness. It's a feeling of very profound peace. Even though there's activity, you see no action. Everything just is. The very top state is one of very profound peace. See, first it's an exciting joy. Then it's a very exuberant joy. You can't contain it. It begins to hurt because it just swells up and wells up all the time. Can get to be annoying, and yet it isn't because it's tremendous amounts of joy coming up. Then it moves to a higher state of peace. That's why the Bible says that the peace that passeth all understanding. It's a very deep, wonderful, profound peace. It's the most delicious thing there is, but you can't describe it. Peace is the word that comes closest to it. You see, because these states are not ordinarily experienced, there are no words for them. First, it's feelingness.
Yeah.
It is feelingness. And then when it goes on, it turns to beingness. When you first get interested in this path, everything is thought, it's all mind thinking. Then thoughts take on a certain feeling. It's like a thought and a feeling at the same time. It's a thought feelingness. And as you move, you get into the realm of feelingness. And then the step above that is the realm of beingness. So it depends on where you are as to whether it's feelingness or beingness. Actually, everyone in his every act is seeking his real self. We will never, ever be satisfied until we reach that state of knowing ourself completely. The path we're on is from here on until we make the goal. That's the first point I'd like to make. We're on this path until we are infinite. Second, we can do this lifetime. Now, generally, it takes many, many, many lifetimes for the great, great majority of people to make it. However, we can do it this time for two reasons. First, we are an unusual group. Second, we have the right direction to make it this lifetime. So that if we ever come back in the future, it's by choice. It's not by necessity. Usually those of us who want to help others to that point will come back just to help others. But that's a matter of individual choice, what we do. The main thing is to achieve that state. Now, becoming master over life is really a basic and necessary step, through which we learn that we are not the victims in life, but we are the masters. After we master the ways and means of making our environment the way we want it, then we look beyond. No matter how happy we make our life, if it's involved in livingness itself, it'll never satisfy us. Because our real state is that of being infinite. And being happy in life and living has limitations. Are there any questions on that? I've sort of brought us up to date. Now I'll go into what I think should be our direction in the future. We have to become more universal. We should let go of our own livingness to the point where we can live outwardly more for others. If we are universal beings, we must be universal beings. Every human being is me, is the way we should feel. You are me, is the attitude we should have toward all people. Now, I use the word attitude. We can't help the world by giving them things as if too much needed. But we can give them that which is much more than things. We can begin giving them the knowledge that we are getting. And our attitude should be one of wanting to help everyone who wants help, and never helping those who don't want it. That's imposing upon them. We should try to help just those who cross our path. We don't have to extend ourselves into directions, because people will just fall into our lives. They'll ask us questions. And as we give them the answers, we find that certain people will feel that you are giving them the right answers, that you are helping them, and they'll ask more. And it's really an obligation to answer questions of people who come to you sincerely, seeking the right direction. As we begin to live outward and think less of our little self and more of the other one, we are helping no one but ourselves. The world sees it differently. They would probably interpret it as we helping the other one. But there's no other one to help but ourselves. And actually, we get the greatest benefit. And we'll never make it unless we have this feeling of compassion, of oneness with everyone, with a wish that they too know what we know. So to repeat, we have gotten to the point where we have learned how to control life and make it happier. Now we should try to make it happier for others who want it. This does not mean stopping our own growth. That we never stop. We keep working for our own further growth. But at the same time, we help others. Every living soul wants peace. They're all seeking it, happiness, peace. Therefore, if you would expect it, it would come to you. Expect to want to help people find this peace. Love is only understood when you love. Compassion is understanding what the other one is going through. Compassion is understanding what the other one is experiencing. But the emotional part sort of comes automatically if you live to see the other ones happy. Practicing that way of life would bring tremendous amounts of happiness. The basic point I tried to get across was what to do now that life has become happier, and the next step is to live more outwardly if you can. Live for others. Live more for others. This is another way of saying, see God in everyone. See them as perfect. Then you help them most. Feel that everyone is you. Because there is only you, there is only God. And God is that which I am. Really. The basic absolute truth is what? There is nothing but an absolute perfect oneness. That is I. So someday you reach a point where you just think and things happen. Someday you go beyond that. You just know the perfection and there's nothing to think about. Everything is perfect. Therefore, there's no thought required. Everyone makes it. Everyone does. But in terms of time as we now know it,
the great, great majority will make it in over 1 million years from now. And we can do it this lifetime. And we should. We're all moving in that direction. The very greatest of the sages are still here. Some in body, some not in body. Leading us on, whether we're aware of it or not. And all we need to do is to open ourselves to their help, which is the most powerful help there is. And we'll get full realization this lifetime. I try to follow them. If you follow me, you're following them. I take my guidance from them, through me to you. So we're all moving in that direction, but this group is moving much, much, much faster than the great majority of people are. Imperturbability is an indication of how far we have gotten. Can I be disturbed? Can I be annoyed? If I can, I must eliminate that. We should get to the place where no one and no thing can annoy us. But effortlessness does show how far we have gone on this path. But I think a better indicator is peace. How peaceful am I? Greater your peace, the further you've gotten. Your attitude should be the same toward good and bad. If it's good or if it's bad, where is it? It's in the world of limitation. We want to transcend limitation. The good thing is the other side of the coin of a bad thing. It's all in this dream world, illusory world of limitation, good and bad. So after we learn how to make our life good, then we should look upon good and bad as the same thing. That's the opposite side of the same coin. It's all part of the illusory world. But our attitude toward the world is expressed in the highest in what I said about the body. What I said about accepting good and bad the same way. What is it good for? What is it bad for? This body. Things that are good and bad are for this body. Aren't they? But we are so much more than this body. We are immortal. We are perfect. So these things don't touch us. So our attitude should be the same toward good and bad. Have an attitude of, it doesn't affect me. I'm eternal. I'm immortal. Nothing can affect me. So that attitude toward the flat tire should be applied all the way up to the body. We have been making life better. Now that we can do that, we shouldn't care whether it's better or worse. Because we are not it. We are not limited by it. is a big step. Our attitude toward good and bad should be the same, right? Do not identify with what's happening out there. It's all in my own consciousness. So what's the difference whether I think a good dream or a bad dream? It's all my consciousness. It's necessary that you apply what you learn. You have to do it. I can't do it for you. I'm just pointing out the way you should go. You have to go it. And therefore I have to step away so that you can swim on your own. I'm telling you how to swim in the right direction. You have to do it. And if I were to stay, you would develop a dependency relationship. You would feel good while I'm around. You would unconsciously attach that to me. You would not do on your own nearly as much as when I leave you and then come back in and out. I give you the theory. You get your lab course when I leave in the world. I leave you and the world bumps you. Every time it bumps you, it makes you think. You think in this direction. But what you read is also true. You do need the assist, the confirmation, the reestablishing of the basic truths and directions. But you get that each time I come. Someday there'll be no need to listen to anyone. Also, there's only a certain amount that we absorb at a time, or each time. Now, there isn't a time that I don't give you the whole thing before I leave. Many times, right? The whole thing. But it takes time to digest. It takes time to work it out in practice. So I say you're getting an excellent way of my coming and going. There's no dependency relationship set up. And this dependency relationship is a thing that happens when people are with a teacher all the time, which holds them back. Now, what I'm saying might not be 100% so. If we had, say, a setup where we all lived together in one point, actually all lived together right in the same place, this teaching could go on all the time. You would get your practice working with each other, like you and Ken sometimes would. You would practice letting go of those feelings of opposition until there was none. In other words, the world would be right with you in your friends. See, the way out of the world is through it. Isolation isn't good until you have completely renounced the world, until you have gotten to the place where you see nothing in the world that you want anymore.
you know that your happiness does not lie in the world, then isolation is all right. You have no more desires for the world, then you may isolate. But until then, growth is faster and better in the world. Should you isolate before you reach that point, you are escaping. You are running away from the world. And that's very bad. But it wouldn't surprise me someday to see us all living together in one place, and this growth going on all the time.